FDMG!
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Umar Johnson. I am a certified school psychologist.
Hi, Dr. Umar. I'm so happy that you're my principal. I love FDMG. Can you tell me about the school?
We are going to make history. We are going to shock the world. We are going to transform the entire community, one black boy at a time. In this school, you don't have to worry about special education. In this school, you don't have to worry about ADHD diagnoses. In this school, you will never get a phone call from a teacher or an administrator telling you that your child needs dangerous psychiatric medication in order to get an education.
All right. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in. Cook Crush Chat is undefeated. I know it's been a while, but I'm back and in full effect. I'm working. We got plenty to get into today. Again, thank you so much. Cook Crush Chat is undefeated. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
Yep. I heard it. I heard it out there in the streets that someone donated the pressure washer. I haven't watched the video yet. I just skipped through to take some screenshots, which is in the thumbnail. But we're going to get into that video specifically today. If we have more time, we can get into other things. My goal today, I want to apologize. I just have had a lot going on. I didn't live stream last week. Didn't live stream the week before. So altogether, what is it? Almost 3 weeks. I want to apologize. I just had a lot going on, but I'm back in full effect. And then what I want to do is live stream today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. So hopefully we can do back to back. Memphis, if everything works out the way that I would like. And that way I can kind of get caught up on things and provide you guys with some more content. I want to apologize for not being as active more recently, but I was also, in addition to some other stuff that was going on, I was working on the next, what I call chapter in the upcoming Umar Johnson documentary that I'm working on. Okay, this is a whole new, I know I did a documentary years ago. This one is expansive, going back to his childhood. It's going to cover pretty much his whole life to present. And I released, for members only, I released that segment, and it's dealing with the FDMG timeline, which is really interesting. People have it, a lot of people, especially Umar Johnson followers, they may think that this FDMG school scam situation has only been going on for a couple of years. But in fact, Umar conceptualized FDMG in 2005. It was in 2010 that he said that the school was going to open September 11, 2014. And what I've done inside this most recent video, it's really interesting, is as I've gone through the Umar Johnson videos, I'm still going through them. I'm taking notes, exuberant amounts of notes, in fact. And one of the things that I'm taking notes about is the changes in the grand opening dates. So, because there's a lot of people that say, oh, he changed the date 3 years in a row. No. If memory serves me correctly, it's in this segment for the documentary for members. If memory serves me correctly, the next time that Umar Johnson, the first time Umar changed the grand opening date is 2015. Okay, he may have done it in 2014. I just haven't run into the receipt yet. But I can, based on my research, I can conclusively state, and it's accurate, that at the very least in 2015, that was when he started changing the grand opening dates. And guess what? He's done so every single year since then. He did 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and now he's talking about 2025. The point is that every single year since 2013, I believe, I might have to go back and look at my notes, he's changed the date. Now, he was talking about the FDMG here and there. He talked about it in 2000, I want to say 2012. He talked about 2011, 2012, but then he changes the grand opening date. I think he changed it in 2012. That's when he changed it to 2013. Anyway, all that's covered inside of this segment. It's a 45-minute video. I think that's probably a little bit too long for that segment, because what ultimately what I'm doing, that's the rough draft. What I'm going to end up doing is as I'm producing these videos for members, when we get closer to me completing it, which will probably be towards the middle of next year, because it's a lot of work and I have a lot of work ahead of me. What I'll end up doing is editing things down so that I can kind of compact stuff enough to get all the information, the pertinent information out there, but to where it's not as long as, 8 hours. Maybe I can get it down to 6 hours. Okay, we'll see. Anyway, that's what I've been working on. So I wasn't just not doing anything. I was specifically working on that video. And what I want to do is every maybe 2 weeks, drop something for members from the documentary, the upcoming documentary. It's a rough draft, but to give an idea of what I'm working towards. Okay. That all being said, I want to thank everyone for being here. There is this whole thing about the power pressure washer that's going on right now. I think this was a couple of weeks ago. I also want to say I haven't been keeping up with Umar Johnson. So if you have videos that you think I should probably be covering, because I haven't even looked into them in quite some time. When I'm doing my research, I'm really doing research. And I like to do it handwritten first, and then I type everything out. Okay, I'll do handwritten first, and I type it all out. I think I have like 67 pages already so far in Microsoft Word. I've been very busy with that, so I haven't had time to really look into Umar. But if there's anything that you guys think that I probably should cover, you can email me, LenonHonor@yahoo.com. That's perfectly fine, and I'll look into it, and maybe we can do a live stream, or maybe tomorrow, Wednesday, or Thursday, to cover that particular video. There's other videos I wanted to get into, but today we're specifically going to be dealing with the PowerWash situation. There is a poll that's up, and one of the things I've always done with Umar is that whenever he does do something that kind of gives the illusion of progress, if it's meaningful, I'm always fair with Umar. That's the one thing I can say. I'm always fair. This is to say that if he deserves credit for that, then we should give him credit for that. Now, I can't say for sure yet because I haven't watched the video, but we're going to watch the video, see how it plays out. And based upon what I see, then I'm either going to give him credit or I'm not. I do know this, that he's had these abandoned buildings now for 5 years. Man, goodness gracious, Cookie Crush check. Can you believe this? See, because I'm going back to videos from 2010, 2009. I'm all the way up to right now. I'm in 2017. I'm going back. I put it on double time speed, okay, to get through stuff, and I take my notes. I'm also taking notes on all the different times he said how much money he raised. That's going to be another one that maybe I should do that next for the timeline that I'm working on with Umar, because that's fascinating. You guys will see this guy. This guy had raised $500,000 in 1 year and 6 months. I'll have it inside the documentary. Any members in here? If matter of fact, you know what? While we're here, I'm going to do this for you members. If any of you guys, if you've seen the most recent, and there's 3 that I've produced so far. Okay, so there's 3 altogether. But I want to do this for you members. If any of you members, if you guys have watched the most recent segment of the documentary and you would like to call in and talk to me about it, or you have any thoughts on it, you're more than welcome to do so. What I'll do is I'm gonna take the link, the invite link here from StreamYard, and I'm gonna post it in the community tab, and I'll post it for members only. So call in if you like. And at any point during the live stream, you're welcome to call in. You don't have to, okay? But this is just something. If you guys want to call in and talk a little bit about the last segment that I released in the document, or any of the other segments, that's fine too. So let me set this for members only. And again, if anyone wants to become a member, you're welcome to do so. There's a join button at the bottom of these videos on YouTube, and you can click it and join there. I have a whole archive of Umar Johnson content. There's other stuff up there too, but it's mainly archived Umar Johnson content. So I'm going to post this now for you members. And if you're welcome at any point during the live stream, you're welcome to call in. Okay. Now, what was I going to say? As I've gone through these older Umar Johnson videos, there's very interesting things that I'm recognizing. But the thing is that because I'm in my mind, I'm in the timeline in around 2017. I'm not thinking about 2019, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Because when I do my research, I really focus in on whatever specifically. And timeline is really really important inside of this whole Umar Johnson saga. It's the most important aspect of all this, is understanding the timeline. You can tie in the money situation, the donations into the timeline. You can tie into the acquisition of these abandoned buildings into the timeline. You can tie in all of the excuses that Umar Johnson has made over these many years into the timeline. You can tie in his education into the timeline. You can tie into his childhood too. That's some fascinating stuff that I've learned about that too. You can tie all that into the timeline. But as I'm working through this, as someone, when I get into my research, I'm very specific about what I'm focusing on at any given time. And so I haven't been thinking about 2019. And the reason I'm bringing this up before we get into the videos, and I know we got some super chats, I'll get into those just a second. Give me 1 second. The reason why I mentioned the importance of the timeline is because I'm not thinking about 2019. And that was the year that Umar Johnson acquired these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. And then just thinking about that just a couple of minutes ago, it's been over 5.5 years. March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. We're almost into November. So we could actually safely say that it's been over 5 years and 8 months. Since he acquired these abandoned buildings. And not one Black child has been educated, and he's still asking for money. In my research, there is a point in time where I can tell that money that Umar was raising, he was using it to the extreme to destroy himself. Turning of the heat down in particular. And I know when it happened. It's not that it wasn't happening before. It's just that in this research, it's like, wait a minute, this is the moment right here where you can tell Umar really starts to deteriorate because of the turning of the heat down. And so everything that has taken place since that time, you can see the degradation of Umar on so many different levels, to where he's not talking about, helping Black boys, not consistently. He's talking about crushing cookies. He's talking about get on your CashApp, get on your PayPal. He's talking about you Black women and how you should be wearing your hair, or who you should be dating, or you Black men, you need to commit to Black women, although he's not even committed to a Black woman. Umar's idea of committing to a Black woman is to sexually exploit only Black women. What kind of man? He got 2 baby mamas, don't take care of his kids, but he want to tell Black people what they need to be doing with your kids. One of the other things that I'm finding fascinating with this is that really Umar's conceptualization of FDMG and this compound, it's a cult. He wanted a cult, and the children were supposed to be his main pawns in all of this. It's actually scary. And I will show this inside the documentary. I'm not quite there in the timeline quite yet. But the thing that I noticed as I've been going through these older videos is how Umar would often say things like, our kids. No, it's not our kids. As it's possessive, like those are mine. Your kids are mine. I'm going, and you shouldn't be dealing with them, because I'm going, why would I send them back home to you? You're part of the problem. I heard him say something like, when we have our school up, we have to make sure that we have the kids for as long as possible, because if you bring kids into the school and they're here for 8 hours, you send them home and their parents, I'm paraphrasing, the parents gonna mess them up for the hours that they're with the parents. So it's always disrespecting and demeaning Black parents, but then the kids become his possession. That's cold. And it's scary. When I really started to dig into this, that his conceptualization of FDMG is just like the carrot that he dangles, but ultimately he wants to be the possessor of other people's kids, other people's children. And he don't even take care of his own kids. He got supervised visitations. He admitted, I'll have that in the documentary too. So the reason I'm bringing all this up is as I'm going through the timeline dealing with Umar Johnson, there's these things that you can pick up on over time, and you realize what his agenda really was. Okay, it was about money, yeah. It was about money to turn the heat down, yeah. It was about sexually exploiting Black women, yeah. And you'll see it early on. He would say things at the beginning of lectures in particular. I'll give examples in the documentary. He'll say things like women, and sometimes he would say that towards the end, but usually it was towards the beginning. He would say women, he'll give out his number, and he'll say something like, women, don't be sending me no inappropriate pictures. See, as a psychologist, that's what you call reverse psychology. You tell people what you don't want them to do, but that's what you want them to do, because that's not what's in these women's mind who are in the audience. But he'll throw that out there because he wants them to send him those messages. And then all these years later, there's been times where Umar, he looks at his phone and he's like, oh, someone done sent me a naked picture, blah, blah. But that's what he wanted in the beginning. Go back. Well, you guys, it's too much. It's too much for people to have to go back. I'm going to do it for you. Okay, good question. I'm going to do it, and not just for you. I'm doing it for everybody out there. You Umar Johnson followers and you non-Umar Johnson followers, you Umar Johnson supporters and Umar Johnson critics, you guys need to know the truth about this guy. He was planting those types of seeds early on. What it shows is what his intent was in the first place. It was about sexual exploitation. See, he's one of them dudes back in the day that couldn't get women and didn't have no game. So once he gets into hidden colors and he starts to blow up, he starts to get all of this attention. And so he uses that as that attention that he gets in his platform that has been growing since as an opportunity to get at women, not to commit, not to establish a loving relationship, not to raise children, not to start a family, not to settle down. This guy's homeless. He did it because he wanted to sexually exploit y'all. And then he goes to this city, he sexually exploits. He goes to the next city, he sexually exploits. He goes to the next city, he sexually exploits. Meanwhile, he don't even take care of his own kids. And he wants to tell Black people what y'all need to be doing in male-female relationships. He wants to tell you Black people, especially Black men, who you should be dating. You should be dating outside your race. But see, he has no commitment to Black women, period. He has no commitment to anybody except his mama. You guys have got to hear, I don't mean to go off, y'all got to hear some of the shit that Umar was saying back in the day, where he's projecting. And about these types of relationships between, I don't mean to go here right now. I'm getting way, way ahead of myself. But these relationships between father and daughter and mother and son. Your first love affair should be with your mother. I said, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Women, your first love affair should be what? With your father. What? And then he cleans it up. Well, I'm not talking sexual. I'm talking about, no. You shouldn't be talking like that anyway. What are you talking about? And then he starts talking. I said, this is some freak off. What kind of freak off P. Diddy did talking stuff like that, and part of it is the oral, the say, I kid you not. I said, what in the world? This sounds like some freak off Sigmund Freud kind of freak. I don't know what that is. This guy, I'm telling you, people, listen, I'm not here to be boastful and braggadocious, and I'm not here to be arrogant, but can't nobody go through this shit like I go, because it will twist you up as I'm going through this. It's so concerning, because then later on, you see him doing these college tours with these kids, and he has his phone, and he's following this little girl in particular, following around, taking video footage of her body parts. And then fast forward to about 10 months ago, he's on an airplane and he's taking video of the body parts of the flight attendant as she's walking through like a perv. Don't worry, y'all. I'm going to get through all of this. I don't even know if I'm going to finish it, but I'm going to get through enough to where I can release something for everybody. And at least it'll save a lot of people a lot of time to have to go through this mess, because it is a bunch of mess. And here we are now in the end of October of 2024, over 5 years and 8 months since he acquired these abandoned buildings. And Umar up here talking about power washing. Anyway, I didn't mean to go off. Let me get into this chat room real quick so I can give some shout outs and also get into these super chats. I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. Good Course Chat is undefeated. I appreciate y'all's attendance here. We got 500 people here already. If y'all hit the like button, I would appreciate that as well. Yeah, Demonic Scoop. Yeah, and see, even to this day, he has these enmeshment issues. He's been living with his mama, specifically at the residence that they're at now, since 2019. I have all the receipts. Before that, he was living with his mama. But the point is that I'm talking about where he's in that little side closet with a little sun thing in the back. That's his mama house. That's not his house. It's not even her house either, but that's a whole nother topic for a whole nother time. Anyway, very concerning. Thanks for being here, Bionic. What's up, Tata? Thank you for being here. Why couldn't he say your parents should be your first friend? Yeah, he doesn't say that. He says love. You should have your first love. I said, what in the world? So, and he says stuff like, I don't know. It's just, it is weird though. Tata, another thing I noticed is he'll say things about these little girls like they're nasty. I'm like, what are you talking about? Why are you sexualizing them in that way? But the first college tour, there's this video, and I remember it because the way that he was phrasing this stuff, I said I already know something ain't right, but I said, this is just sick. He said something like, some of you black parents, you guys you're asking why I'm only doing the boys for the first one. Well, I'm not ready for the girls. I'm not ready for that energy right now. Something like that. I said, what are you talking about? And then he says, and then because once we have the girls there, then the girls, they be inside of the rooms twerking. I said, what? You little girls, why are you thinking like that? And he said, there's some more nasty. I said, what are you talking about? This guy, he's sick. So all these different things about this guy, you guys, Umar, he's an excellent case study. I'll outline as much of it as I can inside documentary. I mean, at this pace, if I just tried to put as much in it as I could, it'd probably be about 12 hours, easy. Okay, I'm gonna try to condense it and get it down to 11. Thanks for being here, Tata. Thank you so much, too. Yeah, well, I've been trying. I've been trying, but my goodness. Yeah, he is, Erica. How's it going? He's really, really creepy. He's a weirdo. How's it going, Carlita? What's up, Kofi? Thank you Kofi, thanks for tuning on, and I appreciate it. What's up, Black Anonymous? Hope you're doing all right. Black, I didn't know you remember, so you probably already seen it. I just want to say that if there's anything in the documentary that I've shown so far that's inaccurate, I'll do my best to have my ducks in order with the research. Or if there's anything that you think so far that I've talked about that there's things that I'm missing, please let me know. Okay, because I consider you to be another one of the historians that have dealt with Umar over the years. I have sourced some of your material from your blog spot, specifically dealing with the Bailey family. I have sourced some of that. I don't think I have put some of that inside the documentary already, but I'll talk more about that further along in the timeline. So what's up, Swagonito says, mind you, this man has daughters while being a sexual deviant, something to think about. Yeah, but he has supervised visitations too. He can't be with his daughters by himself. That's telling in and of itself for people to really think about. I did the research in the state of Pennsylvania. There's specific reasons why a parent, a mother or a father would not have unsupervised visitations. If you guys would not have unsupervised visitations. If you guys look into that, we did a show on that. You guys, something's not right. See, something's not right with this guy. And there's videos too where he's ranting and raging, and there's something about it that just it show, at least in my mind, it shows that Umar, he's emotionally unstable, and he will yell and scream and just go off. And in my opinion, I'm going to say this to you. I haven't said this, but out of all these years I've covered Umar, I've never said this, but I'm going to say this right now. I don't think Umar likes women. I think he has a disdain and a hatred for women, in particular black women. See, people understand something, that just because a male sexually exploits women doesn't mean that he loves them. See, this is the twisted mentality of Umar. Any men who think like this, you got a problem. See, to be running through all these black women, creating baby mamas, don't take care of them, then you run through this one, you run or go on to the next. And there's some people in some black men in particular, who think that that's like, you have really love. No, that ain't got nothing to do with love. See, love is about commitment. Love is long standing. It ain't just a hit it and quit it. See, but for men, and I've noticed this throughout my life, those men that live that way, it's not that they love women or that they love black women. That's not it at all. A lot of them, in my opinion, they don't even like women. It has more to do with these unresolved issues, and with Umar, his unresolved issues with his mother and the enmeshment issues that he has with his mother. I don't think Umar cares for black women. I don't think he cares for women, period. Okay. Will he sexually exploit them? Yes. But that's not love. That's not care. You guys see my point? So this is something for people to think about. See, there's a reason why Umar is not allowed to be with his daughter by himself. And he's talked about that. And when I see him ranting and raging, I can see him being that way towards a woman that's in his life. See, so Agonito, can anyone recall Umar giving an expansive talk or story about a long-term relationship that he's been in with a woman, black or otherwise? Out of all of Umar running his mouth, that's all he do is run his mouth. He don't do nothing tangible. He's been sitting on these trap bandos, these abandoned buildings now for 5 years and 8 months, ain't done a doggone thing of consequence. Not one black child has been educated, still collecting money. Again, he stated that he had collected $500,000 in a year and a half. I have the receipt. I have all the receipts. I can back up everything I'm saying here. Well, if he collected $500,000 in a year and a half, how much y'all think he's collected over the last decade since 2014, since he started raising money specifically for the St. Paul school scam? How much money y'all think he's raised? I tell you. Raised all that money, still don't take care of his kids, been on child support from the beginning, over 20 years, and has a docket of child support. I have all the receipts on that. Has a docket wherein, if you go on there, he has, I can't remember the figure, it was something like 80-something entries. Something's not right. And you guys you'll never hear him tell a long, expanded story about, him spending time with his daughters. You don't hear any of that. You don't hear him talk about long-term relations. No, because Umar is a predator. He's out here running through these black women. I don't think he likes women. When I say that, I don't want people to get that twisted. What I'm saying is that just because a black man sexually exploits black women, that does not mean that he loves black women. That's the point I want to make here. Because I don't want people to say, oh, you're saying, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not even going to say it. See, Umar said that about me. So I'm going to lie on him? No, I'm not going to do that. See, I don't believe this because there's plenty of people lied on me. Y'all know doggone well. Swagonito, you know doggone well too. Black Anonymous, you know. Okay. But the one thing I can tell you all is that even though I've had plenty of people make up all kinds of lies about me, my wife, my kids over the years, I've never got on here and lied on anyone else. Now, I'm always fair. There's been times where I got on here and I had misinformation because there was a time where I said, no, he started this school scam in 2014. I thought that for a while, but that wasn't the truth. As I got deeper into the research, I got back to 2010. Some of you guys remember this. I said, nope, I was wrong. It wasn't 2014, it was 2010. And then even more recently, I found the receipt where he said he conceptualized FDMG in 2005. So I had to get on here and I said, wait a minute, I have to correct myself. Okay. That doesn't mean that I was lying when I said that, the school scam started in 2014. No, it just means that the information, I didn't have enough of the research. Now I got most of the research now. It doesn't mean I was lying when I said it was in 2010. No, it's just that's where my research was at that point. But now I can conclusively state that it was in 2005. He said that it was before that, but I'm going to go with 2005, where Umar conceptualized FDMG. And here we are now, 19 years later, and not one black child has been educated. He's raised millions of dollars at this point. See, I'm not going to get on here lying about people, and that includes Umar. Okay, and I'll say it. Umar, he called me gay. He said I was messing with little boys and all. I said, okay, yeah, you want to talk that mess? All right, let's go. And here we are today. See, if he wasn't running, Umar, I know you watch these videos. If he wasn't running your mouth and threatening and lying on people like you've done, I would have been done with you a long time ago. But you messed with the wrong one. See, because I'm not going to be punked by no punk. Listen, I've never been like that. I just don't believe in that. I'm not going to let no man punk me on the earth. It's not going to happen. See? But he want to play those games and want to lie and make the okay. But you guys understand this as someone who has integrity in life. I'm not even just talking about when I get on her online. I've never told a lie about Umar, and I never will. In fact, I know people who've told lies about Umar, and I didn't appreciate that. And I've stated it. I've stated it on these live streams. People lying on Umar. No, it's not necessary. Tell the truth. Have your receipts in order. Anyway, Umar is a problem on many different levels. He really is. And this fact alone is enough for anyone to recoil and say, hey, wait a minute, something's not right. Okay, let me, am I growing my, yeah, I'm trying to get it to come in. I'm trying. It's going to take a while, Redmond. What's up, Identity with Health? Hope you're doing all right. One of the OGs from way back in the day. All right, let me get into these super chats, and then we're going to get into the video for today because we're already on 30 minutes, and I've been away for a while, so we got plenty to get in. Yeah, I mean, if there's a specific receipt you want me to pull up, Oval, let me know, okay? I can't pull up a receipt for everything that I've mentioned because we'll be here for 8 months on one live stream. I'm not going to do that. But I will tell you guys this, and everyone, even you, Umar Johnson, follows you if you've gotten this far through the video. I've never lied on Umar. Okay, there's been times where I've been incorrect, and whenever I've been incorrect, because receipts that I've come up upon later always come back, I correct myself and I issue an apology. Okay. Matter of fact, quick question chat. If you guys know this to be true, hit the 1. I've always been that way, and I will always be that way. I've always been fair with Umar too. Okay. All right. Let me get to these super chats real quick. Then we get into the video for today. Iceman Vamp says, "How do you narrate the shockumentary without laughing? And can we hear out?" There are times where I lose it, because I try to present it in a certain type of way too. I speak in more of a I don't know what the word, a more narrative voice, as it were. I mean, I could get up there and talk like how I'm talking now. I guess it would work, but I have a very specific. I've been that way for decades. I used to do documentary works a long time ago. But the way that I even articulate in the speech pattern, that kind of stuff, I have a very specific way of speaking when I'm doing the narration and doing the voiceovers. Do I lose it as I'm going? Yeah. There's times I'm reading stuff and I just said, this is so ridiculous. Okay. Will there be outtakes? I don't think so. One of the things I was thinking about doing is not only have the narration, but then at certain points, and it wouldn't be many throughout the documentary, where I just break from the sequences in terms of the documentary, the different sequences, different chapters, and I just take a break, and I can be sitting in a chair, may even look similar to this, where I'm sitting in a chair, and I just kind of improvise something, and I'll probably be talking like I'm talking right now, just to give further explanation of what it is that was just spoken about inside the documentary. I was thinking of doing something like that. And if I do something like that, there probably will be some outtakes. And if it's worth putting or sharing for members, I'll have that for members too. Okay. I think I said that. Yeah, it is. It's Umar, he truly is an interesting character on many different levels. What I find these days, as I'm going through these older videos, what I find most fascinating is the cult aspect of this, and how there are so many people who have been deceived by Umar. At least based on my research, it's so clear to me that he's a charlatan. It's so clear to me that he doesn't even like Black people. He has a disdain, because that's another thing I've been taking note of, how he speaks about Black people, especially Black parents and Black single Black mothers. See, I don't even think he likes Black people. Okay. Now, let me say something real quick, Iceman Vamp, before we move on, because I don't want people trying to misquote and turn this into something else. You see how I said I don't think he likes Black people? That's just the same thing as I'm saying when I say I don't think he likes Black women. I think he has a disdain for Black women. Okay, I'm not talking about sexual orientation. That's the point that I'm making here. I think he has a hatred for Black women, just like I think he has a hatred for Black people. I don't think he likes Black people. I don't think he likes Black women. I think he fears truly Black. I'm talking about real Black men. I think he fears Black men. I'm talking about real ones. See, Umar, he's an interesting case. He really is. Okay. Thanks for a super chat, Iceman Vamp. Tori Gig says latest opening date is September 2025. I don't think that's what I have. Is that what I have in the documentary? Maybe it is. Let me see. Let me pull it up right now. Because what I do in the documentary is I outline all the different grand opening dates that he lists. In fact, I have it up here. So I have it right here. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, you guys probably won't be able to see this, but because of the light. Yeah. This is even a comprehensive list. September 11, 2013, August 21st, 2015. So I was incorrect there. I meant to say, I apologize, I can correct myself. His first date change was, he changed it to August 21st, 2015. Okay. But I think he changed that in 2014, if memory serves me correctly, but it's in the documentary. Sometime between January and July of 2015 was a grand opening date, August 21st, 2015, September 2016, May 2018, sometime in 2017, August 21st, 2018, August 21st, 2019, August 2020, summer of 2020, summer of 2021, fall of 2021, summer of 2021, fall of 2022, September 10th of 2022, fall of 2023, February 2023, December 2023, January 2024, February 2024, sometime in 2024, sometime in 2025, August 2025, the end of 2024, and then February of 2025. It's not even a comprehensive list because there's so many other videos that I still have to go through where he's changing dates. See, there's times where he changes the date. Let's say it's hard to explain this. He'll have a date set, and then when that date gets close, he'll do a video and then he'll change it to another date further down the line. But then there's times where he has a date set, and as it gets closer to that video, he gives a date that's before that date. Doesn't make sense. This guy is such a charlatan. He's been doing this now going all the way back to 2010 when he announced that school was going to open in 2013. So let me just take a note of this. September 2025. Yeah, what I have in the document, I believe is the last one was February 2025. I mean, it's the best of my memory. Anyway, and Tori, if you have a link to that video, if you can email it to me, I would appreciate it. I'm gonna run into it at some point anyway as I continue with this timeline doing the research, but it would save me a little time if you can email it to me. My email is LenonHonor@yahoo.com. Okay, let me just pull something up right quick. I just want to look. Yeah, February of 2025 is the last date I have for so far. Okay. All right. And let me just look and see where I'm at with these notes. I call it the Umar Johnson timeline. And is it going to show it? I want to see. Yeah, 130 pages. I thought it was like 6 or 80 or something. It's 130 pages of notes so far. 21,378 words. And I'm just into 2017 right now. Anyway, I have, it's a serious undertaking. And it's a catch-22 because as I'm working through the documentary, it takes time away from live stream, but the live stream is what keeps the channel going. So I have to come to a balance at some point. Anyway, thanks, Tori Gig. Let me get to these other ones real quick. And then we'll get into the video for today. We're already 40 minutes in. Sal says, what's up, Lenon? Here's some change so you can power wash your sidewalk in front of your lovely home. Hope you and the family are well. Thank you so much, Sal. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you for the power wash fun collection plate. Okay, I appreciate that. That's all handled. Don't worry about that. The gardener was right before the show started. The gardener was doing the blower. I said, yeah, I don't live stream for almost 3 weeks and I don't hear you at all. But then there's a few minutes before I'm supposed to live stream. Here he go. Thank you so much, Sal. I appreciate it. Family's doing well. Okay. All right. Thanks for the super chat. Tata says it was 5 years ago when Umar Fake opened the door. Open which door though? Oh no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. That video was recorded in 2018 though, Tata. You remember that? See, Umar, he's such a deceiver. Let me just break this down real quick because some of you guys, if you guys remember this, hit the one. This Umar Johnson saga is such a mess. So in February of 2019, Umar produced 3 videos. One was a school announcement video. That's where he was sitting inside his mama's house, and he had on that tight shirt on with the little patches on it, the NIBPA, which is a fiction too. I'm gonna have to get into that one too. The NIBPA. Okay, I know when he conceptualized that when he started it, but it's defunct. It doesn't exist. He still talks about it. There's no office hours, no website. There's no minutes. There's no board of directors. There's no meetings that are taking place. This is stuff Umar in his fantasy land. He just makes up stuff. A lot of the stuff is delusions. You know, the compound, the FDMG compound shaped like Africa with the FDMG river surrounding this 500-acre megaplex with an airport on it, in a farm on it, in a hospital and 2 schools on it, and a government building and a NASA building. He said a NASA building. This guy's so delusional. But going back to what Tata said here, understand that in 2019, he produces these 3 videos. One, he's sitting inside his mama's house. I don't think it was the closet at that time, but he was in the mama house. He talks about all these different, he makes a school announcement. It's going to be in Wilmington, Delaware. He talks about all these things that he was going to do. Okay, 99.5% he never did. He did 2 block parties, but outside that, he didn't do nothing. Okay, it's more like 98%. Okay, he didn't do. Okay, 98.5. Got to be fair. Anyway, he does that video. He does another video where he does an outside tour, and he explains he doesn't do an inside tour because the electricity is not on. Okay, and then he does another video. In that video, he releases them all on the same day. There's 3 videos, and in a third video, this is where Umar, he's walking up these steps. I can pull it up. And he's walking up to the steps of these abandoned buildings. And then he takes out this key with a keychain on it that says FDMG. And he's acting like he's opening up the door. But if you guys look closely, the key is not even oriented properly to go into the keyhole. But the other thing is, what I found out in my research was that video was recorded in the fall of 2018. So in the fall of 2018, Umar's behaving, and he records the video. And that's the video. He's in that tuxedo, and he's walking through these abandoned buildings. He's talking as if he already owns it, and he gets the key and he goes like this. But guess what? He didn't even own it at that time. He just had access to it, and he went and did that video. Just like he had access to St. Paul's, at least the outside, and he did the video to talk about St. Paul's. It's the same scheme with this guy. But that goes to show you how deceptive Umar is, because he talks about how he owns it and blah, blah, blah. Okay, rest in peace. He brings up his 2 grandmothers, and he says, both of whom I lost this year. Well, he lost his grandmothers. I already got the timeline, okay? Rest in peace to both of them. Rest in peace. Well, that took place in 2018. He's such a deceiver. He'll produce a video and lying to people the whole time. And then he holds on to that video. And then in February of 2019, he presents a video as part of these 3 videos that kind of go together. But understand that when he did that video, he didn't even own the property at that time. He's such a deceiver. He's the great deceiver of our time when it comes to black, quote unquote, black consciousness. That's right. He fake opened the door. The key was the key was upside down. I said, you fake. Who goes and gets a key, gets a key chain made that says FDMG on it and puts a fake key on the chain and then goes up and before even owning the property acts like he's opening up the door? That's twisted. Y'all think about that for a moment. Who does that? Umar. Okay, let me get these other real quick. Black Wolf says, Sublinen, and thanks, Tata. Sublinen Cook chat. Credit for power washing the sidewalks is like getting credit for cutting the grass. Isn't that supposed to happen? Yeah. You do have a point there. Okay, I must say. Listen, I'm just throwing this out there because I want to be fair and I want to hear y'all's opinion on it. So far, we got 523 votes. The question is, ladies and gentlemen, Cook chat undefeated. Should we give Umar Johnson credit for power washing the sidewalk after 5 years and 8 months? Okay, as of right now, 84% say no, 16% say yes. Okay, I don't know quite yet. I'm always fair, but what I'm gonna do is as we watch this video, I'll decide. Okay. Thanks to everyone who's voted so far. Get your vote in. Get your vote in. Thanks, Black for super chat. Lewis, what's up, Lewis? Says Papa Power Wash Inc. Call now and get half off a lecture. Don't feel pressure. Call Papa. Results not guaranteed and absolutely no refund. Now, Lewis, look, we know Umar don't give refunds. Listen, we all know Big Papa don't give no refunds. He don't play them kind of games. Okay, he will take the money and he will run. Umar does not give refunds. Whether that's with lectures where he don't show up, and I have receipts on that, and there's other people who talk about this too. Or if it's with his books, there's been plenty of people talk about they never got their book. I remember one time that people were complaining they didn't get their book. He was charging like $50 for these things. And Umar, instead of owning up to it and holding himself accountable, it's a narcissism. It's always everyone else's fault. You know, he's always, people are criticizing him and ridiculing him unnecessarily. You know, he's perfect. Instead of owning up to it, I remember he says, well, I'm paraphrasing, it's y'all's fault because you guys keep sending me the wrong address. How do you know that they're sending you the wrong address? And if they send you the wrong address, wouldn't it be returned? And if it's returned, would you just simply pull up the receipts to find out who the person is and then contact them to ask them for their real address, their correct address? But that's not what he does. See, he wasn't issuing refunds with that. I remember what he did with King Randall. Okay, he was supposed to be speaking at one of King Randall's events, and King Randall sent him money in advance. I can't remember how much it was at this time, but you know, it's the amount's really not what's important. The point is that King Randall has a school he's working with black boys and has been for a long time. He's raised far less money than Umar Johnson has, but he gets things done, and he's not out here scamming like Umar Johnson is. Umar's a charlatan. He never had an intention of opening up a school. I know this for a fact now based upon my research going back to 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014. It's very clear to me he never had a plan. He still doesn't have a plan. You can't tell me that Umar's serious about opening up a school if he still doesn't have a bad plan. He doesn't have a business plan. He doesn't have a plan of operation in terms of how things are going to operate. None of that. What he does is just collect money. He's a scam artist. He's a charlatan. See, and he does not issue refunds. See, including with King Randall. So King Randall sending money in advance. Umar doesn't show up. Does Umar give the money back? Because King Randall asked for the money back. No, he doesn't. In fact, what Umar says after they have this exchange, and King Randall was very, very respectful in my opinion. Umar said, "Nigga, please." That's what Umar said. I could pull up the proceedings. I said, "Wow." Okay? But that's the real Umar. See? He ain't about the business. He about scamming. He'll scam anybody. No refunds. Thanks for stuff for super chat. User 225 says, "Lenon, can you sing a work song to the I haven't seen it yet. Listen, if the spirit takes me there, I will do it. It just depends on how the spirit moves, okay? And then I go by spirit. You know what I'm saying? I don't go by research and receipts. I go by spirit. So we'll see how when we get there, okay? Thank you, super chat. How's it going? Sasha Love says, for the 15% who voted yes, meet me in the alley. I just want to talk. I just want to talk. Okay, it's dark back there, but I just want to talk a little bit. Talk a little something. It's 15%. That's crazy. It's 17% now, Sasha. I don't know what to say on that. Boy, the Umar Johnson followers, they in the house tonight. They believe in Umar like Jesus. That's crazy. Thank you for being a member too. I appreciate it. What's up, Brian? Says, what's up, Lenon? Can you get the We Got the Blueprint video? Yeah, I'll pull that one up. Let me write it down now. Blueprints. yeah, I have it. I have all of that. And that whole blueprint saga, that was crazy. That's before the HVAC saga. Remember, Brian? See, a lot of people remember the HVAC saga, which that went on for almost 2 years. I mean, it really technically is still going on, right? But him talking about, I'm gonna get the HVAC, and then it's gonna be delivered, then it's gonna delay. You know, that was the classic, but even before that was the blueprints. In fact, Brian, that may have been the first big quote unquote obstacle, which is really an excuse to delay things, was the blueprints. Because Umar was saying how they couldn't do any renovation work until they had the blueprints first. And so that's what delayed the renovation work. It's crazy. It's crazy. Umar should have been sitting on about $400,000 after he purchased these trap bandos. But the money's gone. Listen, this PowerWash guy, I highly doubt Umar even paid the guy. Okay, because see, you can ask the question because he's always asking for stuff for free. Brian, he's been doing that for a long time, asking for stuff for free. Everything got to be free. Why does stuff have to be free when you collected millions of dollars? But that's the scam part. People, Umar Johnson files, you have to understand that. So you get caught up in the rhetoric, and it's like, I have to say this because in my research now, it's becoming more and more clear to me, especially him, Umar, when he talks about other people's kids and he talks as if they're his possession. Understand that what Umar wanted was a cult compound. This is what, oh boy, Brian, I was about to say it. This is what this guy wanted. He wanted a cult compound in the shape of Africa. I can pull it up. And see, as we look at this these days, it's like, who would think like that? This is $1 billion, literally, it's over $1 billion easy. Baseball field, airstrip for the airplane, hangar bays for the airplane and helicopter, what have you. Anyway. What's become so clear to me now is that what Umar wanted was a compound, and there's only one way in and one way out. But his prized possession were going to be the children. See? Now, Brian, as the years have gone and have progressed, you can also see other elements that are tied to this, because the children, he's going to be in control of these children. He's going to have them up there for extended periods of time. It's going to be a residential school. So here we go. He's saying things like, I don't want the kids going back home to you, meaning the parents, because you're part of the problem. Possessive of other people's kids. He's a deadbeat in his own daughter's lives, but he wants to have control of other people's kids. Why? And so this compound it's just a cold compound. David Koresh, that guy, remember that guy? He had a compound. This was down there near San Diego, because I remember when this was going on when I was a kid. It was crazy. It was scary too. The Hell Bop cult or whatever it was called. They had a house. It was like Nature Boy. That's what Umar wanted. But see, Brian, as the years have progressed, we also see other elements to this, and that is the sexual exploitation of the women, and how he wants the women to come there's going to be cameras, and you're not going to Me Too me. Who talks like that? And you're going to get paddled if you start. I said, what? Hey. But see, the craziest part of all this is go back to what Brian is saying here. The craziest part of all of this is the fact that all of the delays that Umar has come up with over the last, really going back to 2010 at the very least, 2010, but we're just going to go from 2019, that all of these manufactured delays and obstacles like the blueprints, it's really a way of simply extending this scam indefinitely to keep receiving money, and then in the process being in a position to continue to sexually exploit women. I'm going to help you with your sons. I'm going to open up this school. And he goes into a certain city. Yeah, we're thinking about opening up one here too. So the blueprints was one of the early reasons that are excuses that Umar gave, so that the reasons why renovations hadn't started. But guess what? He doesn't want to finish renovations ever, and I said this years ago. Umar doesn't ever want to get to the point where renovations are complete. See, what's going to happen is, and he's already done, I already told you he's going to be blaming black people, he blame everybody else. But at some point, he's going to have to do something to where people are going to say, okay, he is at least trying, because all this other stuff is just foolishness. But at some point when because he says he got to put in this certificate of occupancy, and he will have to put in an application. Well, guess what? That will be the next obstacle. Everyone here, quick correct check, mark my words. If he goes that route, wherein he puts in a certificate of occupancy, if he even puts one in the first place, because he probably won't show the receipt to show that he actually put one in. There should be some documentation that he can show, just like he doesn't provide any documentation on the purchase price, which is why I have a video that I ran into wherein he talks about the difference between acquisition and buying something, wherein when you buy something, you own it outright, but when you acquire something, that means you have a lease. And in February of 2019, what does Umar say? He doesn't say we bought these. He says we acquired these buildings. Hit the one. The point is, he never provided any receipts. He don't provide receipts on how much money he collected. Some years when he put in, he told the IRS he didn't collect no money for certain years. Dr. Walker with JT broke that story. See, everything with Umar, it's about delays. And one of the ways that he delays is that he doesn't provide any receipts of anything. So if he goes this route of talking about how we just put in a certificate of occupancy, now we're waiting to hear back, they're taking too long. See, this continues to extend this scam indefinitely. He's still collecting money. Get on your Cash App, get on your Cash App. He still goes to different cities talking about we're going to open up a school. We're still working on the school. This also gains, I'm going to save your black boys and single black mothers. Okay, cookie time, crush cookies. Sick. What kind of man lives that way? Umar's 50. What kind of man at 50 lives that way? You can't say that you love or like black women. That's sick. If he goes this route, Brian, what he's going to do is he'll say, oh, yeah, we put in the certificate of occupancy. He probably won't show the receipt of it. He should show it. Okay, Umar, I'm telling you right now, if you do it, show it. Okay, you don't never show nothing. You be watching these videos. I know you watch these videos. But then what he will do is when it comes back, he'll say something like, well, they didn't approve it, but it's because they're racist and they're trying to stop the movement, blah, blah, blah. He actually already stated this. He already told people what the plan was. So mark my words, if he goes this route, he can go other routes too. He can sell the properties, okay? But he can go, if he decides to go this route, you Umar Johnson followers, hear me on this. Guaranteed, he'll come up with some excuse as to why we can't open the school. As opposed to admitting the fact that these trap bandos are still on the vacant property list and they look like straight stinks. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go. You see what I'm saying? But that's for Umar, going all the way back to the blueprints, and even before that with the white lawyer and the tax situation, it's always been an excuse over and over and over again. Listen, black people, and everyone, not just black, but everybody. Never, ever, ever put your trust in someone who always makes excuses for everything. And that's Umar, Brian. The blueprints was an excuse. The HVAC was an excuse. The white lawyer was an excuse. LenonHonor was an excuse. The Cookie Crush chat was an excuse. Never holds himself accountable. See, this whole FDMG thing, it's a failure. It's an utter failure. But guess what? That's what Umar wants, because this is his primary source of income and has been now for over a decade. Let me ask y'all something real quick. Okay, then I'm gonna get to the last super chat. We get to the show. We're gonna get to the bill at the 1 hour mark. Okay. Let's say that you could put yourself in a position where people over the course of 10 years are going to send you $2.6, $2.7, up to $3 million over the course of a decade, and you don't have to do shit. Would you take it? Now, hold on. Let me back up here. I'm not saying that you have to get up here and lie like Umar and come up with all these excuses, Brian, like the HVAC or the blueprints or the white lawyer or the Irish Diocese of Chicago or the Cookie Crush chat or LenonHonor. God, you ain't got to do all that. Okay. You ain't got to get up these trap bandos every once in a while, get a losing the progress. You ain't got to lie to kick it and all this kind of stuff. You ain't got to do none of that. I'm just saying, you can put yourself in a situation we're in per year on average. People are going to send you about $270,000 per year, and you really don't have to do shit. Okay. Now, some of us, the lying and all that, we wouldn't want to do. I'm saying you ain't got to do on no line and none of that stuff. They're just going to send it to you. Would you go for it? I'm just asking. Anyone who sees us in the archive, if someone was going to send you $260,000, $270,000 a year, and you ain't got to do nothing. You don't have to do what you said you were going to do with the money. They just give it to you. Not one child has been educated in Umar's case. The school's not open, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. Would you go for it? Yeah. Most people would just go for it. Listen, if there's no strings attached, and if I'm not doing anything wrong, I didn't promise anyone that I was going to do something for this money. Okay, I'm taking out of the scope of what Umar's doing. I'm just saying, if someone was going to send you $270,000 a year, and you ain't got to do shit, and you ain't got to lie, none of that stuff, scheme, scam, and none of that stuff, you ain't out here trying to crush cookies and all this stuff that Umar doing. You ain't got to live inside your mama's closet. Okay, that's a big one, because I know if I told y'all that you had to live inside your mama's closet, you probably say I would probably wouldn't take that money. Okay, I know I wouldn't. I couldn't be living inside my mama's closet for no 200 $1 million, maybe, but no, I couldn't even do that. Where my kids gonna be? You know what I'm saying? That's not right. I'd rather make six figures the legitimate way, and just live like I'm living, as opposed to 270. I got living inside my mama's closet. You know what I'm saying? The point I'm making is that most people would accept that. And fundamentally, I'm just saying fundamentally, I'm not talking about the details, the specificity, as it were, in terms of what Umar is doing. Most people would take that, but guess what? Fundamentally, that's what Umar is doing, and that's what he's done over the last decade. Yeah, of course, he'll buy something here, he'll buy the building for $400,000. He'll get an HVAC unit. He'll paint somewhere here and there. That gives the illusion of progress, right? But the money's coming in. Nothing in terms of what he promised he was going to do for Black people. He hasn't delivered on that in over a decade. And so the money that has come to him has not gone towards what he ultimately promised. And that's why Umar wants to extend this scam, this con, indefinitely. The longer he can extend it, the more money he can receive. And he don't have to do shit for it. Now, understand that that's fundamentally speaking. With Umar, it's more complex than that, because of all of the circus antics and jump through hoops and the lying and backtracking and lying on top of lies. And sometimes he has to lie to cover up a lie that he already told, and that lie gets exposed, and then another lie, then he has to lie for it. This guy's a habitual liar, literally. I know this as a fact, he's a habitual liar. You go back to these older videos, you can tell, Brad, you can tell even back then he was lying, he was scheming and scamming, even back then. He did that video in Chicago, in San Diego at the World Beach Center. I watched, I said, what the? Because I'm from San Diego. I know where that's at too, by the way. I've been there. You watch that video, you can tell this guy, even back then, he was a scam artist. So ultimately, I apologize for going off, Brian, but the point is that, and then we get to the video, I promise. The point that I want to make here is that the blueprints is just one example. Understand that there's so many other examples, but that's what Umar wants. He wants delays and delays and delays for all eternity, for as long as he can keep getting money out of people. But see, the truth is that if you were in a position to get $260,000, $270,000 a year for free, you ain't got to do shit, you would take it. The difference is that Umar, he was taking all this money under this idea of opening up FDMG to educate Black boys, and not one child has been educated. And it wasn't just Black boys, initially it was Black girls too. I talk about this in the documentary. The Amy Douglas something, I can't even remember, Anna Garvey Academy. A lot of people don't even know about that. Okay? So it goes on and on and on to the break of dawn, and that's what Umar Johnson was. Okay? All right. Thanks, Brian. Okay, let me get to these other ones real quick, and we're gonna get to the video for sure. I got Brian. Thank you. What's up, Alice? Sorry, I've been missing your live, dog. Work keep me missing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I took some time off. If you do all the math, it's close to 3 weeks. Okay, but I'm back. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to do is live stream today, live stream Tuesday, live stream. Today's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And that way we can kind of get caught up on things, and I got to make up for being gone. So don't worry about it, Alvin. Thank you for being, and I appreciate it. I hope everything's going well with you. Okay. All right. Saga says, hey, Lennon, could you get the I got the keys video? I'll look for it. I have it. I know I have it. But I don't know which video that is exactly. I know which video that is. That's the school announcement video. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to skip through it to find out where it is, unless I have it in my notes, but I'll look that up. And then I'll also find the blueprints video. Okay, I'll pull it up. Okay, thanks for the super chat. Lewis Luck says, how he power washed with no running water? No, that's a good question. He must have running water. He must have it. There has to be. No, and there should be, because I remember when Maria was up there, this was last year, they had the white, I was going to say the white boy. They was going to have the white, there was a white guy that came through. Remember, there was a white guy working inside of the, what was that? He had it written on top of the door. It was written on top of it was the water heater room. I think that's what he called it. There was a white guy in there working, and then Umar was talking to Maria and these two brothers that was walking through, and all of a sudden the door opens and this white guy walks through. But if you guys listen to the conversation, he was there and he was talking about the faucets and turning the water on and that type of thing. So yeah, there's some water going on. There has to be something. Okay. That's the thing with Umar. There's no transparency. So this to say that he hasn't shown any accounting for any water bills or any electricity bills. I remember when he first got the electricity cut on, I called up there to Delmarva to ask if there was an active account, and they said no. There were 2 or 3 other companies. I can't remember. There's 2 or 3 other companies that service in that general area, as I called those, they said, oh, we don't service that particular location. And Delmarva was a place that, at least at that time, they serviced that location. They said no, there's no active account. So that whatever power he was receiving, it wasn't on the books. You guys understand what I'm saying here? It wasn't legitimate. And I can see Umar doing stuff like that anyway. But in terms of the water, there's been times where the water was shut on. There's been times where he didn't have water. I would assume that he has water right now. You know, we just have to assume. Just like with the purchase of FDMG, he never provided any receipts on the purchase price or that it was actually purchased. I just find it fascinating that in the video where Umar is doing the school announcement, he specifically states that we acquired the buildings. And then I have the video that I found recently. It had to have been in 2017. This was years before he even purchased these abandoned buildings. I'll say it's 2017 simply because that's where I'm at inside the Umar Johnson timeline. And I saw this the other day. He makes a distinction between buying a building outright, purchasing one, and acquiring one. And he refers to the acquisition or acquiring a building to leasing a building. Okay. But Umar never shows any receipts, including whether or not he purchased it outright or if there's a mortgage, or he stated that there wasn't a mortgage. But again, with Umar, there's no receipts. Okay. Or if is there a lease? Okay. We never know. Well, the same thing with the running water. I do remember recently that Umar did the video where he was at a college and he was speaking. He was sitting up there lying about how it was costing thousands of dollars a month for the water bill. For what? What are you talking about? Such a scammer. Anyway, thanks for the super chat. M just says Umar Johnson is referring to black women as his chicken wings and sweet potato pie queen. Yeah. Come on now, that's a little extreme. And I can see him saying sweet potato pie. I can see that because he already said peach cobbler. I'm down with that. I'm known. I'm known for gobbling the cobbler. I'm a peach cobbler gobbler. I ain't gonna lie, family. I've been well known for that, family. That ain't my fault, y'all. God made it that way. That's not my fault. I can't, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, some of you men, you know what I'm talking about, but we're not going to get to that right now. Okay. Some of you women with the Rainbow Coalition, some of y'all know what I'm talking about too. But what I want to make is, I can see him say sweet potato pie queens, but the chicken wings, that's a little too far. Okay. I'm not saying that it's not true, but I would have to see it to believe that. Okay. All right. Thanks for the super chat. Chicken wings. What in the world? Okay. Lewis says, you youngins, this is before your time, but remember the TV show, What Happened When Rerun Joined the Cult? What's happening when Rerun joined the cult? Umar was probably, oh my God. Listen, I don't remember that episode, but I used to watch. Okay. I'm going to look that up. Rerun joins a cult. And the reason why Lewis Duck is because Umar, a lot of his influence in life is from the television. And we've talked about this in the past, and movies too. Umar's imagination is it's still like a child. All of the things that he says he's going to do, it's like the imaginings of a child. We're going to teach the boys how to become black Rambos, because that's in reference to the Rambo movie. He talked about how when he was a kid, he used to go and watch. That's where he saw the Rambo movies. See, the gun club. You know, they're gonna have a dirt bike team. All these different things. Umar had to have gotten this idea of a cult and a cult compound somewhere. See, and I wouldn't be surprised if I don't remember seeing this episode, but I'll look it up and see if I can find it. I wouldn't be surprised if Umar may have sourced that idea from something like that. I remember there was an episode of Martin where he joins a cult. You know, I watched that recently because it came on. It's on Netflix, and I was watching the whole series. You know, over the course of a couple of months, and then that episode came on, and it's amazing. There's a documentary on this. I can't remember the guy's name. This Mormon guy, and they had a compound too. Sick, just sick and twisted. He in jail now. You see, Nature Boy. That was a cult. He in jail now. Even Polite, that was a sex cult. People act like those were his wives. You guys, come on, we got to cut it out. You guys have no clue what was going on. See, he wanted to go to Hollywood and all that because he wants to get into that freak off type of stuff. But them women, they was out there. They was out there. Another one is Jim Jones. He had a compound. See, so all these things, people need to really start to think about this. And as I'm going through these older Umar videos, it becomes more and more apparent. And that's why I think a lot of the people, the Umar Johnson followers, like people like Tiff DeGriff, I just have to say it. I don't mean to call her out on anything like that, because I don't even think she's around supporting Umar like that. But people like Tiff DeGriff, I think that they got caught up in the cult aspect of this. See, they're not around these days, but when Umar was really, that's the big difference between Umar and a lot of these cult leaders. See, Umar, he does have the charisma at times. He can turn it on, okay? But his baseline, he's a very subdued, depressed individual. Okay, I know that as a fact. Okay? He has a flat affect. Okay? But he can turn it on for manipulative purposes. Okay, well, there's a lot of cult leaders that do that too. See, the difference is that, you know, people like, and I'm not trying to give them any credit. I'm just saying that in terms of a skill set, what separates someone like Nature Boy and Umar Johnson is that Nature Boy had the ability to bring people to him and organize people in a structured way for an extended period of time. David Koresh was able to organize people and have very specific guidelines and structure for them to follow for an extended period of time. I can't remember the guy. I just mentioned him earlier. Jim Jones had the charisma. What separates him from Umar was that he had the organization skills to set things in motion to where he can put people in places and keep them there and give them an organized regimen structure in their life. Umar doesn't have that ability because he doesn't have any organization skills. That's why a lot of stuff, most stuff, 99% of the stuff he says he's going to do, he don't do. So that's a big separator with Umar. And when he flipped that phone, that's where that's all anyone would need to see is how he was living in filth. That's reflective of his mind, his mental state, like a hoarder. And all this stuff, disheveled trash all over the place, literally trash piled on top of trash. He doesn't have the organization skills. And that plays itself out to this day. You can't open up FDMG with no organization skills. See? So with these cult leaders, the ones at least who are able to bring people together into a compound, one of the things that they have, in addition to the charisma and the manipulation and the lying and the scheming and the scamming and twisting things up and influencing people in negative ways, is they have organization skills. It's not just organizing papers on a desk, it's organizing human beings to become like lemmings, to follow along with very specific rules and regulations. Umar doesn't have that ability. Thank the Lord. But I'm gonna look this up, okay? Thanks, Louis, for super chat. What's up, Sigma says, Leonard, did you see this video? This is beyond embarrassing. I did. You sent me that. I think that was today. I saw that a long time ago. It was funny. that's when a young lady that was interviewing her, she was talking all Christ and this and that, and then her wig falls off. I laughed so hard. And the funniest part when she dropped the N-bomb, I just lost it. Some of y'all probably seen it. Hit the one if you've seen it. That's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Yeah, that was hilarious. All right, thanks for the super chat. Okay, let's get into the video now. Thanks everyone for all the super chats. I appreciate it. Steph the Barber says we must stay focused. Consciousness before. I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. Listen, that the Lord does blessed us men. Let me stop. We must stay focused. All right. That's crazy. Okay, thanks for the super chat. Thanks, Sid, thanks for the MJ, Swagger Detail. Everybody else, thank you so much. Okay, let's get into the show. Okay, I've been running my mouth this whole time. There is a poll. Should we give Umar Johnson credit for powering the sidewalk power washing the sidewalk after 5 years and 8 months? There's been 663 votes so far. 83% say no, and 17% say yes. Okay, I haven't decided yet, but I'm gonna decide during this show tonight, folks. Okay, now I need to go and look up or get to pull up the blueprints video and the I Got Keys video. Okay, here we go. So this is a video from October 14th. So this is 2 weeks ago. So I'm so behind. Okay, I had to take some time off. There other stuff going on, but I was working on the next segment for the documentary. It's over 40 minutes long. It's available for members. If you're not a member, you want to check it out. Become a member today. What y'all nigga talking about? I don't know. I have no. Look at the little girl. Why is her finger like that? That's not right. And she got a little. Do they still have those little cartons of milk? Because when we was kids, they used to have a carton of milk that you would drink at school. Sometimes they give you chocolate. That was the best. All right. Okay. Here's the video. This again is from October 14th, 2024. Here we go.
Brother King Kong Consciousness, the notorious RBG, Dr. Umar Ifatunde coming to you live and direct from the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. Good Garvey Day to my continental Africans. Good Garvey Day to my European Africans, Asian.
Man, Umar, he really looks like a Pookie. I mean, he looks like Pookie from what was that movie called? I mean, this guy, he done fell off so bad. Okay, cool. How's it going? The Queen Scorpion on Tune. I hope you're doing all right. DD's in the building. And Ed Thompson. What's up, X Freeman? Umar, I mean, really, he's falling off so bad, it's sad. Yeah, that's what the movie was called. It's called New Jack City. Every time I see Umar like this, it just reminds me of Pookie. So sad. God. Okay, let me get out of here. Let me get off the terror. What's up, Yellow Man? So Yellow Man says, I'm finishing up my course in software development, and right now my score is 98.8. Checking in from well, keep going, man. Yeah, software development. You're gonna be doing quite well. Okay, 98.8. I'm talking about. Yeah, when you finish, please let us know so we can celebrate. That's the one thing I can say is that whenever we have people who are upward bound and are doing things to improve their life, we always take the time to acknowledge them and give them credit. So let's go ahead and give Yellow Man some credit now. Okay, congratulations in advance. I'll put that right in here. Congratulations in advance. There's been a lot that I've done to change the course of my life over the years. And it's wonderful to see other people doing the same. And I'm so thankful too. So congrats in advance. All right. What's up, Still Rain? Thanks for being here. And Alicia's in the building as well. Thank you so much. And the Dark Lineal SZ. I'm doing all right. A little tired today. I told my wife, I said, I got to get, I'm so tired. She said, well, let me make you one of these drinks with the green stuff in it. Well, I said, okay, it's in the refrigerator. I already had half of it. Now I'm going to have the next half in a minute. Yeah, listen. Yeah, thanks everyone for how's it going, Bass? We always send congratulations. There's been so many people, they've graduated, they got a certification, you know, they got a better job, whatever the case may be. So we always want to congratulate people on that's what life is all about. I failed so much, especially earlier on. I'm just thankful that I'm where I'm at today. In fact, yesterday I was driving home and I was looking on my, well, I shouldn't say it this way, but I was looking on my phone before I got in the car and I was looking up something to listen to. And there's this old album, well, it's not an old album, but there's this album I used to listen to like maybe about 6 years ago. Yeah, it's about 6 years ago. And I can't remember the artist. She's from Africa. I think she's from Mali or something like that. And the album had just come out, and we were really going through some serious issues as a family during that time. And it was so very difficult. I can't even express to you how difficult that time period was, but that album helped me get through it. And when I say that, I mean that sincerely. It helped me get through. It helped me to make it through. Okay. And I put that album on while I was on my way home from work, and not from work, but just on my way home. And as I was listening to it, I was just reflecting on where we're at during that time. Because oftentimes you guys, there's an album that you may have listened to. It'd be a really impactful album of music that you may listen to. One of the albums I think of is Lauryn Hill's The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. I remember I was in college at that time. I remember when I first listened to it, that kind of thing. Another album was Hear My Dear by Marvin Gaye. Another one was A Love Supreme by John Coltrane. I heard that when I was a senior. I might have been a junior, but in high school. But I remember I was sitting inside the auditorium, and a friend of mine was like, "You need to check this album out. Have you heard?" I was like, "No." He was a bass player, and inevitably I got it. He gave me a copy of it on tape. You guys remember little tapes? And I had a little tape deck. I put it in. I was listening to it, and it moved me. Well, as I say, it brought me to tears, even back then. Anyway, there are certain albums that have that type of impact. But that album, I was thinking about the album that I was listening to during that very difficult time as a family. We were struggling with some things, and I was listening to it, and then I was reflecting back on where we're at then, and then where we're at now. It's not perfect, and there's still struggles and stuff, but I'm just so grateful where we're at today. We still got a long way to go as a family, but there's times we have to take a moment to just reflect on where we were, and that way we can have more appreciation for where we're at, even if it's not where we would want to be. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I always take the time to thank people, they say positive words of encouragement. And then when people spring up that they've done this, they've got a certification, they got a degree, they're working towards a degree, et cetera, they got a new job, whatever, I always take the time to acknowledge that, because it's so very important. Okay. Thank you so much again. Okay. So what were we doing? I done lost my train of thoughts. Oh yeah, again, Yellow Man, congratulations. And when you're finished with everything, make sure you let us know. All right. Okay, let's get back to the video. There was a point I was going to make about Umar. Let me just explain something real quick. 30 seconds or less. Understand that Umar doesn't get to where he's at today, even in his physical appearance, where as he's looking, he really does look like someone who is struggling with some substance abuse issues and mental health issues. If you did not know who Umar Johnson was, and you happened to be walking past these abandoned buildings and you saw him yelling into the phone, you would probably think that he was a homeless dope fiend. See? And I know when the transition took place from Umar, I think he's always been corrupted. He's always been corrupt. But when that money started coming in and around 2014, but really in 2015, that's when it really started to pour in. That's when you start to see Umar begin this shift and this change. And then since that time to present, now we got him looking like this. All right, let's go.
Africans, Australian Africans, Caribbean Africans, South American Africans, Central American Africans, Canadian Africans, South Pacific Africans, Delaware Africans, Maryland Africans, DC Africans, Jersey, New York Africans, California, Arizona, Texas, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Florida, Carolina, and Georgia Africans, Detroit, Chicago, Omaha, Milwaukee, St. Louis Africans,
there you go.
Louisville, Kentucky, Owensboro.
This is another thing with Umar. He gets into these modes where it's habitual. He can't stop. There's a term for it. I can't remember what the term is, but he just can't stop himself. He'll just keep going and going and going. I do see in the background, you look at it leading into the door, and that is a small school, what he calls a small school. There is a hole. So yeah, there's probably water running through from there, I would think. Yeah. And as you guys can see, the sidewalk is clear as opposed to being covered in dirt and filth and mold. So
Kentucky.
Yeah, there are times where he becomes manic. There's times where he becomes depressed. I think he suffers with a bipolar, I also think that he suffers with depression. There's times where I've seen him where you can tell he's really struggling with things. See, there's times where he also starts talking about suicidality, but really what he's doing is he's projecting. That's one thing. If you guys go back to the older Umar Johnson videos, he does this a lot, where he's really talking about himself, but he's talking as if he's talking about somebody else, but he's really talking about himself. But yeah, there's times where he does this, but there's a term for this where It's compulsive. See, when he starts saying this, Africa, this, and my Taco Bell Africans and my McDonald's Africans, I'm just playing. But when he does this, it's he can't stop himself, and he'll just keep going and going. Same thing when he repeats things 3 times. If you guys go back to older Umar Johnson videos, he didn't do that. He didn't do that. There'll be times where he will repeat something like maybe once, but it's more for the effect of to really push the point home. But these days he'll say something and he can't help himself. It's compulsive. He just, and that also speaks to his mental health. There's a lot that. Let me just say this too. It's sad because Umar, he was gifted with great oratory skills. It's just that he didn't use his oratory skills for the right reasons, and that ultimately it came down to manipulation of Black people, and to use it as a way to get money out of people, and also to sexually exploit Black women. Okay, nothing good is ever going to come out of that orientation and living that way. See? So he's taking his gift. It's like a ring of power, but he's used it for nefarious purposes. See, and with Umar, what's sad is that he could have had a wonderful life as it was, just by using his gifts and not using it for nefarious reasons. In other words, don't be a Sith Lord. Just be a Jedi, and he would have been perfectly fine. He would have made plenty of money. That wouldn't have been an issue. But see, there were underlying issues that go back to his childhood. That went unresolved. There were mental health issues that went unresolved too. And as a consequence, as the decades have progressed, you get Umar to where he's at today. But what we've seen, especially since 2015, let's say 2016, we see the extreme deterioration of Umar Johnson now. I mean, he really does. He looks like someone who's just came out off the street. And it's sad because there's another path. There's plenty of other paths that he could have taken. And he had everything that he needed in life in order to be successful. Okay. So this is a cautionary tale for anyone, and not just for Black men, but for any man out there that we have choices, and we can move through life in such a way to where we make improvements and things get better, or we can move through life to where we're doing the wrong things and things will get worse. Umar Johnson is an excellent example of all this. See, you think about all of the scamming and scheming, the millions of dollars raised, and this is where he's at. He's still living with his mama's closet. Doesn't have anything for himself, nothing going on. Doesn't have a woman in his life. He doesn't have, his children are not part of his life. And the list goes on and on and on. This is not the way. But again, this is his choice. Let's go.
Indianapolis Africans, South Bend, Gary, Indiana Africans.
Yeah, that's what it is.
FDMG. Getting the work done. I want to expose a new Black business to y'all. I want to expose a new Black.
Expose? What are you talking about? You mean promote? What are you talking about expose? Umar, you tripping? Well, how's it going, Holly B? Holly B says, my dad just transferred to rehab from the hospital. We almost lost him, but he defied the odds, requesting prayers. Okay. Yeah. You got it, Holly B. Yeah, if you guys, when you have some time, let's pray for Holly B. Beast. He said, Father. Okay. Yeah, Lord, keep this family. Yeah, I'll get to work after this live stream. Yeah, and y'all stay strong. And the fact that you're saying that he defied all odds, that's a sign right there. Okay, so let's stay positive. And much love to you from my family to yours, and from the Cookie Crush chat to your family. Okay, that's the thing, people. The older we get, the more we are put in positions where we have to deal with situations like this. And that's another reason why it's so important for us to be appreciative of what we do have, and also be appreciative of the time that we have with the people that we love. It's a very important point. See, that's one of the things that's sad about Umar and people like Umar, is that at the end of the day, when all is said and done, what do they have? See, at least we can say for those of us that we have loved ones, and even when we're struggling, when there's difficult times taking place, and trust me, we as a family, we've been through plenty of that. I mean, we still go through stuff. That's just life. But see, at the end of the day, we can say we have each other. At the end of the day, I can say I had a Cookie Crush chat. See? So that's so important to be appreciative, but then also just look on the opposite end of the spectrum with someone like Umar Johnson, all of the living like this, and doing people like this, manipulating Black people, exploiting Black people, and sexually exploiting Black women like this for all of these decades now. At the end of the day, what does he have? See, I would much rather have a family where there's struggles and there's challenges, and we all have them, than to have nothing. See? And Umar has nothing. All right. So I will keep you and your family in prayers. I wrote it down right here, and after the show, I'll get to work. That's what my teacher used to tell me. Okay, I'm gonna get to work. I'll call you later. I was, all right, thank you. All right. Thank you, Holly B, for letting us know. Thank you for the super chat as well. Okay. Holly B also says, thank you so much. We saw him before, a common procedure, and 10 minutes later he coded, was on a ventilator, and they thought he wouldn't come out of it, but he kept improving, and they were amazed. Yeah, things like this happen too. It could be because there's a college, I want to say a college football coach. He was young too, and he had a bright future ahead of him. If anyone knows in the chat what the brother's name is. But he went in for a procedure, and it wasn't supposed to be complicated, and he didn't make it. He didn't make it. So, I mean, we never know. We don't know the time or the hour, and that's why we have to take every single moment as a blessing. And the older I get, the more and more I think that way, and I try to do better, especially staying positive. Because sometimes, life hasn't been easy at times for me, and there's been times where I just got pessimistic. But then when you develop more appreciation for what you have, you become more optimistic. Okay, you don't become delusional, okay, but you become more optimistic, and that's what life has really taught me over the last couple of years as things improved in for my family and stuff. So I'm very thankful, and thank God that this has happened for the good in the end. And we want to wish your father continued recovery, and we pray that he will be here for another 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Okay, all right. Okay, let's get back to it. Here we go.
Business to y'all. I want to expose, we had a black business pull up on us today and PowerWash the school for the first time for free. Let me say it again. We had a black...
See, it's hard to give Umar credit if they're doing it for free. Where's the money going? Where's the money? Where's all the donation money going? That's why I'm telling you, Umar Johnson, he's a scam artist. He's collected millions of dollars, but then he wants everything to be done for free. See, and if we start to estimate what Umar Johnson claims to have spent money on, and we start to put those figures together, like he said he spent $50,000 on the HVAC unit, yeah, so what? When he purchased these abandoned buildings, he should have had about $400,000 left over. I know I've said in the past he should have had 300 or 350. No, he should have had at least 400,000, because there's a where he was in an interview, he said he had raised $800,000 or $850,000. So where's all this money? Even that, we haven't seen $400,000 worth of work done on these trap vandals since 2019, and that's where he was at. He should have $400,000 at least in 2019. Truth be told, he had already collected. Well, anyway, we ain't got to get into all that. The point is, what about all the money that he's collected over the last 5 years and 8 months? Where's all that money going? He's such a scammer. See, the scam is not the school. I know I say it's the school scam. I'm just saying the scam is not the school per se. The school is just the means to get the money. The scam is the money. He's saying he's getting this money to go do renovations, but we have not seen millions of dollars in renovations put into these trap bandits. He's collected over $2.6, $2.7 million. The purchase price that I found online, if he indeed purchased them, was $400,000. Even though he said that he had acquired them, which in a previous video from 2017, he said he was talking about how acquiring something is a lease. But we're going to set that aside. Let's say he purchased them. He never provided any proof otherwise, or that he did. But let's go ahead and say that he did. If you purchase these trap bundles for $400,000, where's the rest of the money? He should have had millions of dollars still left over. Well, I shouldn't say that. Not in 2019. I'm talking about to date. He should have, if he didn't spend any other money, he should have had millions of dollars left over today. Now, have we seen $2 million worth of work done up these trap bundles? He's such a scammer. Let's go.
Black business pull up on FDMG today and PowerWash the school for the first time since we owned it for free. Let me say it one more time. We had a black school pull up. We had a black company pull up at FDMG today and...
That sounded kind of weird.
The whole school for the first bill contained free. Let me say it again. We had a black business pull up on FDMG today and power wash the school for the first time since we owned it for free.
Now I know. He could be saying that they power washed it for free, but the fact that he said he owned it for free, I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. You owned it for free. Now listen, he never provided any receipts on the purchase price. I'm the one, and let me be clear. Someone sent me the information. I didn't actually find it. I just got to correct myself on it. Because I think I said in the past that I actually found it. I didn't find it. Someone sent it to me, and I know that because I was doing, and I'm going through this timeline. I'm going through old emails too. Someone sent me that. The $400,000 purchase price it shows online, but we don't know. When he was on Lord Jamar show, he said it was a little more than that, but he didn't give anything specific. Yeah, but he never provided any receipt that he actually purchased it. It's funny how we were just talking about that. Now, I think what Umar, because I'm always fair, I think what Umar is saying that they came up there to power wash it for free. But Umar wants everything for free. Yeah, Barn. He sidewalks that. I know that, but again, the question, Barn, is do we give him credit for that? And then anybody else says, hey, hi, Leonard, it's cool to see you rather stay positive during adversity. Now put that boot back on Umar's. All right, let's go. I see your point.
Let me say it one more time. We had a black school pull up. We had a black company pull up at FDMG today and power wash the whole school for the first time for free. Look at how clean it's looking, y'all. Look at how clean it's looking.
It looks clean. I got to give him credit for that. The trap vandal over there bleeding still, though. You see that still on the side of that step? It's Halloween coming. They getting it ready, family. You see them steps bleeding? Umar, why is the building bleeding, sir? I know Halloween is coming up in a couple of days or so. Why is the trap? Why is the trap crying blood? If it ain't free, it's ain't already. Tassie Taz, you crazy. If it ain't free, it ain't RBG, family. Yeah, I know I did it with them. That's what they're supposed to do, sir. That's amazing. Yeah, I know it's crazy. He's so backwards. Anyway, let's go.
Look at how clean. Look at that, y'all. Look at how clean the school is looking. Look at that. Look at how clean that is, brothers and sisters.
Listen, it does look clean, but that's the school, sir. Umar, that's not the school. Stop. Why do you do this? You've been doing this to me for years. It has to stop, Umar. Why do you do me like this, sir? The school looks like trash on the outside and on the inside. Somebody happened to come up there and power wash free. Okay? What are you talking about? His homeless attendees will. Yeah, it's gonna be a whole bunch of them. Hey, you know they clean the steps. We got a place to stay tonight. Yeah, come on. It's gonna be a whole block of them coming down the street. Yeah, you heard they don't. You heard they don't clean the steps off. We don't need no pillows now. We just that's wild. That is wild. There was a super chat story, but it's true though. It's true. I don't mean to make fun of it, but the homeless people, at least they got. I think how going Sigmund says, why didn't he have the foresight to power wash the building prior to? Listen, we've talked about this. We talked about this when he actually did the first paint day, which was back, if memory serves me correctly, but don't quote me on this, Sigmund, in 2020. If memory serves me right, it was in 2020. So we're talking 4 years later, and he's power washing this. He's for free. But he has the steps being power washed and the sidewalk being power washed. But the real question is, why didn't he power wash the buildings prior to painting them in the first place? See, Umar does not have a plan. He never had a plan. See, in construction, they have a very specific, I mean, there's something called Scrum too in IT, and that's just a process that you go through. They even call it a process. What they call it, I can't remember the specific term, but it's a graphical representation of what needs to be done and when and how long it is expected to take. And even for software development, even for software development, we talked about that earlier. I took a course on Scrum Basics. It was a required course for the cybersecurity degree. But the point is that everything fits in perfect position. You have different people working on different aspects. Let's say if in software development, different aspects of the software, and there's overlap where there's things that are being worked on simultaneously, and then one thing leads into the next. But then there's also a specific time period where only one thing is worked on, and then there's other things that are built upon, and there could be 5 different, 10, 15 different things that are being worked on simultaneously. But everything is planned out to maximize on time and to maximize on efficiency, and then also to know who's doing what and when. Well, that's what a general contractor would do, Sigmund. See, but because Umar doesn't have a team, he doesn't have a plan, he didn't even have the foresight. And again, he doesn't want to open up the school anyway. You see what I'm saying? He wants to keep this going on indefinitely. See, if he was put in a position where in February of 2019, and really he should have already had this all in place before he purchased these abandoned buildings. You see what I'm saying? He should have already had a business plan in place. He should have already had a team that was going to come in to do the renovation work. He should have already had a very clear path to get from point A to point Z, which would be the finishing of the renovations. But see, that's where a general contractor would have come in, and they would have put together the scheduling of what needs to take place. See, you don't paint the outside of the building first. You don't paint the inside of the building first. You guys go ask anyone inside construction, and they will tell you that's like one of the very last things that you do is paint. See? You don't do flooring. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. There's specific things that you would do and at certain periods you would have a team that comes in to do the HVAC. You have a team that comes in to do the pipe work. Sometimes they'll be working simultaneously, but then there'll be other times where one thing has to be done before the next thing needs to be done. You have all this would be planned out way in advance, and that way you maximize on efficiency and work getting done. You know, you have a budget prepared. You know how much time they will have, how much money you're going to need. Umar never had any of that stuff, and that's why, Sigmund, to this day, we can ask the question: why didn't Umar power wash the outside of these trap banners, these abandoned buildings, prior to even painting them? And what was the point of painting them in the first place? That was in 2020. See, and I know what the purpose was. The purpose was to give the illusion of progress. See, Umar will sidestep, he will dismiss important steps in the process of renovation. That's like you're doing software development and you're missing out on certain steps in the development process. You just skip over these things. Well, Umar will do the same thing, even if it causes more delays, even if it looks foolish, it doesn't matter, because ultimately what it does is it still gives the illusion of progress, and then he can extend it on further and further. That's what he's been doing for the last 5 years and 8 months. You know, Sigmund, back in the day, I remember when he acquired these abandoned buildings. I'm going to use the words that he used, which was acquire. People had asked me, well, how long, since he acquired these buildings, how much longer do you think he's going to be able to keep? I said 3, maybe 4 years. I was wrong. We're getting close to 6 years now. I remember there were people who were saying, no, he's not a scammer. Why would a scammer take $400,000 to purchase? If he was a scammer, he wouldn't take $400,000 to purchase these abandoned buildings. No. First of all, we don't even know how much he spent. It could be much less than that. And as Umar said, I mean, it's possible that it was donated to him. We don't know. I remember he said, I shared this with members. I said Umar was lying about how land was donated to him, land in Philadelphia and land near Los Angeles. I think San Bernardino County, that land was donated to him. And this was back in 2016, I think. Well, if land was donated to you in 2016 to open up FDMG, why are you going on this campaign to try to find a property or find land to build this? Because you understand, Umar conceptualized this. It wasn't that his initial conceptualization, for years, his conceptualization was not a building that was already there. His conceptualization was that he was going to build a building from the ground up. That's why he still says things like we're building the school. But no. You bought these abandoned traps, that look like straight trash. That's not building. See, but understand that Umar wants to extend this as long as possible. Even though he claimed that he also said they donated land to him in Africa. Anyway, I'm getting off the point. This is what. Anyway, the point that I want to make is that with Umar, he should have had a plan, and he never had a plan. And guess what? He still doesn't have a plan. If you guys go back and look at those early Umar Johnson videos where he's talking about FDMG, 2011, 2012, 2013, he didn't have a plan then. And guess what? Here we are in 2024, going into 2025 shortly. He still doesn't have a plan. And that's why he'll power wash the buildings, because it still gives, I mean, he won't power wash the outside of the building, but he will paint, because it still gives the illusion of progress. But in the bigger scheme of things, in terms of the renovation process, it makes no sense. He's skipping steps, but he'll skip steps to give the illusion of progress. Well, guess what? In software development, you skip steps, you're going to have all types of issues with that software functionality, but then also cybersecurity issues too. See? But Umar, he's not concerned with having a clear plan from step A to step Z. He never has. And in my mind, I don't think he ever will, because it's not necessary in order to continue this scam and to continue this quote unquote grift, as people call it. See, at the end of the day, Umar never had a plan. He still doesn't have a plan. And if people will still send him money for free, why would he try to develop a plan? See? Truth is, he should have had a plan before he started asking for money. See, I have a video. I have a video where Umar's talking about how he's going to be going on this campaign to collect a donation campaign. This is before 2014. Okay. What people don't realize is that even though he's saying that he didn't start collecting money until 2014, he didn't start collecting money for the St. Paul school scam until 2014. But understand that when he was lecturing prior to that, he was talking about the school. He's talking about FDMG. So people were giving him money under this idea. I'm looking for a school here. They're still giving him money, because they figure, oh, he's looking for a school in my city, in my town, I might as well go. What, y'all think he wasn't collecting money for that? If in 2010 he says he's laying the groundwork, don't you think that between 2010 and 2014, don't you think that he would at least have collected some money to get this process started, even if there wasn't any real progress being taking place? The fact that he mentions this idea of FDMG and that he's going to help save Black boys, it becomes a gravitational force. In other words, he's putting this out there, and more people are coming to see him speak because he's supposed to be opening up the school. And guess what? That translates into money. So whether it's direct donations or indirect donations, it's still donations. But you would think that even before speaking the words FDMG and opening up this, and it was going to be a 500-acre compound, by the way, you would think that at least he would have had a plan. He still doesn't have a plan. Again, like I said, if people don't send any of y'all, they're going to send you $260,000, $270,000 a year for free. You ain't got to do shit. Would you take it? Well, that's what Umar's done fundamentally. Okay. And yeah, Sigmund, he will paint the outside of the buildings without power washing or prepping them or priming or any of that stuff. He did the same thing on the inside. Anyway, I went off. I apologize. Thanks for the super chat. What's up, Dion? Power washing won't get rid of mold sports. Yeah, but Umar doesn't care about that. Let me tell y'all something. What's going to happen is over the next year, it's going to return right back to the trap bando, the sidewalk specifically, right back to the trap bando situation. It's going to return right back to it. And guess what, Dion? Over the next year, next 2 years, who knows what he may sell these buildings. But guess what? The exterior of these buildings, more mold will accumulate over time. See, but Umar doesn't care about that. It's funny. He's talking about sidewalks and steps leading into a building. It's nuts. He went from wanting to have a 500-acre compound, FDMG compound in the shape of Africa with the FDMG river. It's a man-made river. They're going to actually dig out a man-made river in the shape of Africa that's going to encompass 500 acres. He went from that. It's going to have a landing strip. It's going to have a baseball field. It's going to have a track and field facility. It's going to have a hospital. It's going to have a zoo. It's going to have these massive dormitories that look like a prison complex. It's going to be 7 of them. He's going to have what do you call that? A NASA building, a government building, a store. He said in the middle of it's going to be of this massive complex, 5-acre. He going to have an ancestral cemetery or some shit. I don't know. Anyway, the point is, he goes from that to now in 2024 talking about some sidewalks. Let's get back into it, shall we? Thanks, Deon. Hope you're doing all right, too, Deon. Thanks for the chat. Asia says, now, Leonard, you know the general contractors ain't off on the play. listen, hold on now. Here's the thing. I've talked about this before, okay? Yeah, that's the general contractor. Umar he's never wanted to deal with true professionals. Okay, he did have professionals come in to get some electricity work done. Okay, I give him credit for that. Then he fired them and said they were stealing from the building. He got excuses. He does what he do. He doesn't want to keep paying them because at a certain point he got enough electricity on to give illusion of progress. And then once he got enough electricity, it's still in a bad situation, including the electricity because there's wires still hanging out the ceiling. There's one video where he's walking through and you can hear this electrical buzz. It's like, buzz. I said, oh no, this is not good. But he did have some black contractors come up there, that electricians, they came, they did the work. But as soon as they got enough electricity on for him to be able to get illusion of progress, he fired them. Then he comes up to the store. They were in there stealing. If they were stealing, and these are professionals, they're certified and all that stuff. Well, what you do is you file suit. Did Umar do that? No, because he's lying. He's a liar. He's a habitual liar. So the point I want to make, Asia, is that with Umar, he doesn't want to deal with professionals. And the reason why is because now you're going to have transparency. Receipts have to be, permits have to be pulled, documents have to be filed, numbers and figures have to now become, at least in some cases, public record. Okay? The other thing is that these professionals are going to expect to be paid on time. They're going to be expected to be paid a certain amount of money. And see, with Umar, listen, he's a pookie. Pookies don't do well with money like that. They'll say, I'm going to do this with the money. They don't do it with the money. I'm going to pay you on Wednesday. They don't pay you on Wednesday. I'm going to get you next week. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I grew up around it. I know what it is. Well, that's Umar. He's a pookster. See? Asia, Umar don't want to deal with professionals because now you have to have transparency. And see, now what happens if you're dealing with professionals, let's say you have, let me just give this example. Let's say at some point, and it's not going to happen, but let's say, because Umar don't even know what IT means, literally. Let's say at some point he has to get the IT infrastructure. He has to get the backbone put in. My goodness gracious, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's nuts. It's insanity what this guy is doing. And there's people who still believe this shit. It amazes me to this day. This is just IT infrastructure. Okay, we're not talking about Chromebooks. We're not talking about any tablets. We're not talking about access points. No, we can throw access points in. The point that I'm making is this is just the infrastructure before stuff gets up and running from an IT perspective. Okay, let's say at some point down the line, Asia, let's say in 3 months, Umar says, listen, renovations, they're complete. Well, if renovations are complete, where's the IT infrastructure? I never thought about it, but we're gonna set that aside. Okay. Umar says, listen, we're now at the process where we're getting all the IT infrastructure put in place. We want to make sure that everything's in order so that when the kids start school on January 5th of 2050, that they can get on their Chromebooks, they can get onto the internet, and et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Let's say that happens. What is Umar going to do when the professionals show up and they walk into these abandoned buildings and they're just going to review to see, okay, exactly what needs to take place, and they can start putting together a ballpark figure of how much it's going to cost? What do they do when they walk in and there's mold on the wall? What do they do when they walk in and there's ceiling tiles missing and the flooring is in a disarray? There's no carpet here, there's no carpet there. What are they going to do when they go farther back into the small building and they see that there is a leak that's been taking place on the roof? In fact, that area is near where the server room used to be because there was Cat 5 cables up inside that bed. And the reason why I know is because when he had Maria up over, this is so ridiculous. And there's people who still believe that he's going to pull this off. It's just so utterly ridiculous. The more research I do from the old stuff from Umar talking about FDMG, the more clear it becomes in my mind. But then on the other hand, I'm like, why do? But see, a lot of people they haven't seen older videos. So I guess. But What's the IT team going to do when they come in and they see exposed wires coming all out the ceiling, electric cables and wires and stuff? And let's say at some point they just simply, we're going to dismiss all that. We're still going to get you and figure out what the budget's going to need to be. And then they present to Umar that it's going to cost him $400,000. I'm just throwing this out there, $400,000. What is Umar going to do then? And then he had, let's go down. Let's say it's going to cost $200,000. I'm being really generous here. Let's say $200,000. What does Umar do when payment needs to take place? This is why he don't want to deal with professionals. Asia, what is he going to do? Because he's not going to have $200,000 just sitting around somewhere to pay them. If Umar can't pay someone to power wash these steps outside these trap vandals that he called FDMG, how is he going to come up with the money to pay an IT team that's going to come in there to put in the backbone infrastructure for the IT infrastructure for FDMG? See, now we have a problem. That's why Umar doesn't want to deal with professionals. See, Umar, yeah, well, I have the money for it. I have the money for you. And they go and they do half of the work. Yeah, I'm gonna get that to you. Yeah, okay, next week. What are they gonna do? Okay, now what do we have? Now we have a problem. Now he gets sued for non-payment. And then what does Umar do? He spins a story about how it's the white man or it's a black IT team. They was in there. They was not only was they stealing stuff, but they set up a Nintendo in there. They was playing Mega Man. See, this is Umar. He's making up shit. They was in there playing Mega Man on the time that they was supposed to be working. Anyway, Umar don't want to deal with no general contractors. He doesn't want to deal with no IT team. He don't want to deal with any professionals because ultimately there's going to have to be a level of transparency and accountability. See, and Umar doesn't want those two things. He doesn't want transparency. He wants accountability. What he wants is money. Okay. All right, thanks, Asia. And then Dion says, no IT professional would come near that bill. Listen, there's no way. See, there's a level of professionalism that needs to take place. And it's not just with IT, it's just with anything. There has to be a level of professionalism and certain work has to be done in advance of other work being done. But Umar doesn't have that. It's not, he doesn't have a plan. He doesn't have it organized in such a way. There's no IT team that would come near those buildings. They could even look from just the exterior condition of these buildings and say, wait a minute. Are we at the right? But these buildings look abandoned. And they walk in. The first thing they see when they walk in is trash all over the place. They'll see on above the doors written on here, this is the main office. It's written in a Sharpie. They'll see the Dion, they'll see the color scheme. They say, oh shit, dog. I said, it look like Tetris. So we ain't doing that. It's crazy. And the thing is that's why with this whole fiasco with this FDMG school scam, it's so I don't even know how to say this. It's so much more complex in terms of tangible things that need to be done than Umar even realizes. That when you start to put the complexities in their proper place and you start to look at them, you realize how much of a fraudster this guy is. There's so many steps that need to be completed before he even gets to the point of an IT team coming in to figure out what. But see, the truth is that after 5 years and 8 months, all that should have been planned way long years ago. See. Anyway, thanks, Dion, for the super chat. All right, let's get back to the video. I feel like I've been running my mouth this whole live stream. I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. Thanks, everyone. Started Quick Chat. You are undefeated as always. We do have 822 votes for the question: should we give Umar Johnson credit for power washing the sidewalks after 5 years and 8 months? So far, 82% say no, and 18% say yes. If you guys don't mind, go ahead and get your vote in today. I would appreciate it. Yeah, Black Mario, you're right. The color scheme in the gym, yeah, it's a beast. You know, the building's actually, the interior looked better before he painted. That just goes to show you. So I also think that and I apologize. Going on. I actually think that there's two things here. The color scheme is indicative of two things. Number one is Umar's his perceived introduction. Excuse me, my son. He down there cursing like sound like me. His perceived mastery of Ifa. And really, he has a bastardized version. It's actually quite disrespectful what he does and how he has taken this traditional spiritual African system and has bastardized it and turned it into what he has turned it into. It just shows he has no respect either. I mean, whatever your faith may be, that's not even the point. The point is that if he was doing the same thing with Christianity, it would still be disrespectful. If he was doing the thing with Islam, it would still be disrespectful, or anything for that matter. But the point is that the color scheme is largely tied to the orishas in Ifa. So that's part of what, and he's talked about this. That's part of the reason why you have all these colors that are all over the place, but they're supposed to represent, some people perceive them to be deities, but really they're supposed to be are aspects of nature. It's just the anthropomorphization of these aspects of nature. And Umar has taken this, and that's part of the color scheme, but there's something else here too, secondarily, and that is that it's also reflective of Umar's, this disarray inside of his mind. See, it's not normal to have 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 different colors inside one room. And they're just, I mean, they're all over the place, even from a sensory overload perspective, even from someone who claims to be a professional, Umar. He claims to be a professional. He's a school principal. He's a vice principal. He's a school psychologist. He's a therapist. I mean, he used to say, back in the day, he used to say that he was the one who would train superintendents on how to do their job. This guy, he out there. Umar, you ain't nothing but a bum. You be sitting inside your mama closet thinking of all these things that you're doing, but you ain't doing shit but sitting inside your mama closet. He's delusional. That's the thing about Umar. And listen, I can go back to older videos because it was still present then. It's just has gotten worse over the years. But even back then, he was talking crazy shit, just batshit crazy. Well, again, the color scheme is reflective of the disarray that's inside of his mind that he's grappling with every single day. He needs help. Well, the same thing when he flipped that phone, that's reflective of the disarray inside of that room. And people expect this person, he's a one-man show, that somehow he's going to open up a school for black boys. Delusional. Anyway, I don't even know how I got onto that topic. I apologize. Let's get back to the video. All right, here we go.
We got FDMG PowerWash. Y'all feel me?
It looks good, though.
Look how clean it is.
But for the power wash itself, I don't know. It's been too long. 5 years and 8 months to power wash for free. That's crazy. See, what a real man would have done is they would have got up off their ass and done that from the get-go. Day one. Men in here hit the one. If you're going to take millions of dollars of black people's money, he was over $1 million at that time, too. Understand, in 2019, he was over $1 million. If you're going to take $1 million of black people's money and in February 2019 purchase these trap bandos, the first thing that you do is you get your lazy ass out there, and at the very least, you power wash. That's what a real man. That's what a real man would have done. Okay, women, y'all would have done it too. But I'm speaking to you, men, because I'm so tired of this lazy lima bean. This guy, he's so lazy, and he will talk about he's an alpha male and all this kind of. If you're an alpha male, you should have had this. Listen, I ain't giving you credit. We ain't even watched but about 30 seconds of the video. I can't give this guy credit. It's actually a shame, Umar. 5 years and 8 months for you to have someone come and do this shit for free. You should have got your big Papa ass. I'm the most requested. I'm Big Papa. I'm King Kong. Well, King Kong conscious that this power wash. Get the garbage grenade, open it up, and get this mold. That's what you should have done from the beginning, bro. It's 5 years, 8 months later. That's crazy, and they do it for free. See, what a real man would have done, we just done it from the get. We would have got there and we would have live streamed it. Yeah, that's what we would have done. But Umar, no, you want to travel the world and crush cookies. And now my thing done went off. Let me see what happened. My camera done went off. Let me see what happened. Hold on one second. Can you guys still hear me at least? Can you still hear me? Yeah, for some reason, my camera just went off. Okay, you can still hear me. You just can't see me. I don't know what happened. It says restart my browser. What in the world's going on? It's sabotage, family. It's sabotage. Okay, let me see if I can fix this. Here we go. I'll let the video play. I'll be right back.
Look at the sidewalk. Look at the sidewalk. Look at the sidewalk. Look at the ramp, y'all. Look at the ramp. First time we ever had it power washed.
That's not something to be proud about, Umar. I gotta fix this camera, but that is not something. It's sabotage, family. It is sabotage. What's up, Jimmy Jamboree? Jimmy Jamboree. Okay, you can't see me, but can you see the actual video? Hold on, let me refresh this real quick. But Umar, he bragging like he said that we finally got the power wash done for the first time. He done got it for free. That boy, we don't stop. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if it's still okay. It looks okay. So you guys can still see the video. You just can't see me. Let me see if I can figure out what's going on with my camera. I'll be right back.
First time we ever had it power. Say what up to the people one time.
What's up, people? What's up?
I want to see this.
The ramp.
Hold on.
First time we ever had it power washed. First time we ever had it power. Say what up to the people one time.
What's up, people? What's up?
Yes, indeed. Who pulling up on my school unannounced?
Okay, hold on 1 second. Hit to my school. Hold on 1 second. Let me refresh my browser, see if that fixes the problem. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, can y'all hear me now and see me? Boy, it's windy out. I think there's a storm about to come. This will probably be our first storm. It's been real warm out here. It's been weird. I remember last year, the year before, it was all kind of snow on the ground. Okay, y'all can see me. Okay, cool. Okay, let me pull this video back up. Which one is it? This one right here? We doing good on time. I just ran my mouth. Here we go.
Brother King Kong consciousness, the notorious.
He pooking. Umar is a pook. He's a pook for sure now.
Sidewalk. Look at the sidewalk. Look at the ramp, y'all. Look at the ramp. First time we ever had it power washed.
That's
first
not something
time
to be proud about.
we ever had it power. Say what up to the people one time.
What's up, people? What's up?
Yes, indeed. Who pulling up on my school unannounced?
On my school.
Who pulling up? Roll the window down.
See how everything is a demand? He's such a clown. No, Brianna, he's a pookster. See, and see, I can see it so clearly now because I'm watching these older Umar videos. It's actually quite sad. You guys go back to the old Umar videos and you can compare how he is now. He's a pookster.
What up? Oh man, I didn't even know that was you, King.
Yeah. That's Jimmy Jamboree. Jimmy Jamboree done pulled up on Umar. Let me stop playing. They didn't know Umar. Umar cut it out.
You good? I didn't even know that was you. I said, who's pulling up?
Who are you talking to?
Look how clean that is. Look how clean. And my brother's still working.
Yeah. This is sad, Umar. Umar, you ain't working. I know that's what I thought, Swagonito.
He's still working. And he's still working.
Yeah, notice Umar's not doing anything as usual.
I got you on the live. Talk to the people one time. You on the live this time.
We're getting him right.
Check it out. Shout out that business again for him.
Sell Dreamer, all platforms.
And give them that number again if they need you.
That number 856-323-3324.
No doubt. Look at that, y'all. Look at that. Look how it works. Look how it works. Look how it works.
Umar, if you don't stop. But you know what? It's awesome that this young brother came out and did this. It's sad that Umar's not going to pay him to do it, especially given the fact that Umar's raised $2.7 million. It goes to show you that Umar will exploit any and everybody, and he will use and abuse people. Okay. Notice Umar's not doing anything. This is just his way of giving the illusion of progress, but he hasn't done shit. That's the sad part about it.
Oh man, I ain't never seen it done before. Look at the difference in the color. Look at the difference in the color. Look at before and after. Look.
Umar's such a clown. He's like a big kid, ain't he? Good question. Umar's like a big kid.
Look at before and after. Look at before and after.
Yeah, I hope so. You know, because he's doing it for free and out of the kindness of his heart. He's not the only one that's done stuff for free for Umar out of the kindness of the heart. It's just that at the end of the day, none of this matters when it comes to Umar fulfilling what he promised. Again, he said promises in 2010 to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Mark Garvey Academy. This will be a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. Grand opening September 11, 2013. This is chess, not checkers. Okay. It doesn't do anything to move this project forward. It gives the illusion of progress, but he's basically exploiting another black person who's had out of the kindness of their heart. But he's done it to plenty of other people. We can run down a whole list. There's a lot of people that aren't even around anymore because he was exploiting them, whether it's financially or sexually or otherwise. So this is just another example. I hope that hopefully this young brother, by doing this, maybe he'll get some more business. But also, it just goes to show you again how filthy it's just filthy. And Umar was willing to sit on this filth and live stream up here in this filth for 5 years and 8 months. It's crazy. Black Wolf says PowerWash is literally $100 to rent, but 5 years later, and it's going to cost. Yeah. Okay. Let's say that it's $100 to rent. How many hours of work do you think that it would take? You know, it's not like they're going inside of the abandoned buildings. They're just dealing with the sidewalks. I would think that a person can get it done in a day, easy. I mean, I figure I could do it in a day. It's not like massive amounts of work. It's just you're power washing. See? So, Black Wolf, I'll take the word for it. If it's for $100 to rent, why didn't Umar, over the last 5 years and 8 months, just take $100 of the donation money and just do the shit himself? That's what a real man would have done. See, Umar, he's tricked off millions of dollars at this point. Millions. Well, let me say at least 1.5 million. Okay, I just want to hedge my bets here. He's tricked off at least 1.5. And people are like, that's a lot of money. No, that's not. If you think about it, over the last 10 years, that's about $150,000 a year to trick off. That's not difficult to do. Some people may think that that's a whole lot of money or that 6 figures is a whole. Well, it just depends on your situation. There are people who do 6 figures and it's still difficult. There are people who do 60 grand and they're doing, it's not as difficult. But if you think about it, that Umar, listen, if he's bringing in after, no, I'm trying to make, Black Will, I'm trying to make an excuse for Umar. There's really no excuse. There's no excuse. To take $100 and then take, 8 hours to go power wash. He could have just purchased one from the jump and painted it red, black, and green, and every single month do it. See? People cannot say that he didn't have the money. That's the last point on this. And I want Umar Johnson followers, I want y'all to hear me if you've gotten this far. You can never use the excuse that Umar did not have enough money because he's tricked off over $1 million. You can never use the excuse that Umar Johnson never had enough money, because you best believe that he had enough money with all of the begging that he's done over the last decade to at least go and rent a power washer for $100 and then take 8 hours out of his busy schedule to do what he should have done in February of 2019. There's no excuse for that. But again, Umar wants to play it off as an accomplishment. Someone I know it's inevitable. I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. What's going to end up happening is let's say from a year from now, if Umar still has his abandoned buildings, the sidewalks are going to be looking as filthy just as they were before. That's what's going to happen. And that's what's been happening from the jump in 2019. Every once in a while, Dion, you remember this, every once in a while he'll do something and it looks better than what it was, but then ultimately things deteriorate right back to where they were before. And I'm going to tell y'all something. That's one of the reasons why Umar ain't gone back inside of these abandoned, the gym, that small gym. He hasn't been in there and shown it in years now. And remember, that's what he used to show the most, was the gym. He doesn't show it anymore. And the question is why? Well, because I'm sure that there's things that have happened in there because they've been sitting for, another 2.5, almost 3 years since he, quote unquote, renovated them. They've been sitting for another 2.5, 3 years, and they probably returned right back to the dilapidated state. Well, I mean, they were dilapidated anyway. But the point is that with any property, if you let them sit, there's going to be levels of regression that's going to take place. And I guarantee you that that's what's taking place inside of the gym, and that's why he doesn't show it. Okay, let alone the other side of the street. He ain't shown that in like 5 years. That's crazy. Thanks, Dion, for the super chat. Okay, let me get to these last two. Then we got to really start getting going here because I've been running my mouth mainly this live stream. Thanks, Dion, for super chat. Swagonita says Umar says he's exposing black business, but he's really just exploiting like usual. Very slick talk. Yeah, you're right. This is not expose, and really he shouldn't be using that word because there is a negative connotation for it when you say expose. I remember in the video where he was in San Diego at the World Beat Center, he was talking about how people in San Diego, you guys need to give me your money. And I have it in the documentary. I've shown it for you members. You guys want to check it out? It'd be well worth it too, because that segment is like 40 minutes long in documentary style. But Umar, he starts yelling and blinking. He wasn't sniffing all that much back then. Okay. But he starts yelling and he says, "You guys, San Diego, you better give me that money. And if you don't give me that money, I'm gonna expose you." And he stops himself. I said, "Wait a minute, what?" He's yelling and screaming at the time. So what he was saying was that if these people in San Diego, and the people in San Diego, we don't play that mess. We just don't play that. But he was like, in essence, what he was doing was he was threatening the audience that if you don't send me money for FDMG, then I'm going to expose you and I'm going to talk about you. That's exploitive too. The point that I'm getting to here is to Umar, he does. That's what he does. He exploits people. So when he talks about exposing San Diego, it's a negative connotation. And so he's using the same verbiage for this. But the irony is that what he should be doing is promoting this black business, but he should be paying this black business too. See, Umar will tell black people you spend the money outside the community, but he won't even pay black people. He's a pookie. He's a pookster. See, it's some ghetto shit. I'm sorry, I just have to say it. It's some ghetto shit. Everything has to be free. Everything has to be a come up. Hook me up. Can you hook me up on this? No, what you're doing is you're asking for shit for free, but you want all this black power and blackity black, and we got to support black business. We got to support black people and black power this and black King Kong conjure. But at the end of the day, you ain't nothing more than a pookster trying to get shit for free. It's ghetto shit. And see, what Umar does, I apologize for talking like that, but that's really what it is. What Umar does is what he's doing here is he's exploiting a black business. That's a good point right there. And he's exposing himself for the charlatan that he is. Thanks, Ragonito. That's a really good point right there. But that's Umar. I remember he was talking about how we have enough money for the parts that we need for renovations, but we can't pay you. We need your time and your labor. Well, if you had money for all of the parts and all the renovation stuff that you need, why don't you have $100 to put in this young man's pocket? It's crazy. It's just ridiculous. Anyway, thanks for super chat, Swagonito. Let's go.
Frederick Douglass, Marcus Garvey, RBG. We coming, baby. We coming. Look at the before and after. Look at the before and after. Yes, indeed.
Umar got them rainbow Jimmy shoes on. Anyway.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, no, listen, Roxy, he's a pookster. Okay? He is. And I don't mean to be talking like this because I listen, for a long time. I've hid my ghetto-ness. I have since I was a teenager. But as I get older, I don't give a shit like I used to. You know what I'm saying? When you get older, you just don't give a shit. Listen, it is what I'm gonna tell you how like it is. But he's a pookster. So and see, pooksters are associated, and I don't like using this term. I'm not promoting it here, but when it comes to, and I don't mean to be this way. I hope you guys don't. I hope I don't get in trouble for saying this, and I'm not promoting this because I don't use this term, but I'm going to use it for evidential. I'm going to use it here. Okay, I'm just going to do it here. Black people understand that pooksters are closely associated with dusties. I don't like the term, okay, but I understand what it means. You know, there's people who use it, and I get it. I understand. I don't use it. I'm not promoting it, but Umar is a dusty pookster. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I apologize. That's too far. Okay, I'm not promoting that word. I'm just saying that's what Umar is. He doesn't have a job. He doesn't have his own place. He stays with his mama. He don't take care of his kids. He's been on child support. He's always talking about alpha male this, alpha male that, but he's like a little child. He don't want to pay for anything. He be looking bummy. He's a pookster. But yes, he's what people would call a dusty. I don't like the term, but it's true. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. He's been a dusty for a really long time. He wasn't always a pookster, but he was a dusty. And I'm gonna tell y'all, a lot of these black power, black conscious men, they're what people would call a dusty. Okay, I apologize for using the term, but it is what it is. Let me say one last thing, because I'm not on some high horse. We've all struggled, and I've struggled most of my life. I failed. Okay, I'm not proud about it. My family has suffered because of it. My children have suffered because of it. My wife has suffered. I've suffered because of it. Okay. So I'm not speaking from this place of high horse or nothing like that. The difference is I got my shit together. And I'm still working to get shit together. With Umar,
Yes, indeed. Look at how clean that is. That sidewalk ain't never been that clean. That sidewalk ain't never been that clean. Look at them steps over there. Look at them steps over there, family.
So ridiculous.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, we working. Yes, I celebrated Nat Turner last Wednesday. I was in Atlanta with Drewski Thursday. I was in Triple Threat Toronto Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Boy, Umar looking bad, man.
I was in Nashville Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I was in Dallas, Texas Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and I'm back at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey. I said I'm back at the Frederick Douglass.
Again, remember, I've talked about this. His focus was it's never been on being up there to get work done. He's traveling all over the place. That's another red flag for you, Umar. It's not even a red flag. Y'all need to really wake up. You can't create this type of. There's no way. Anyway, let me play. I gotta go pull these other videos. I'm gonna go do that.
Marcus Garvey.
Let me let this.
I said I'm back at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey. I can smell the finish line.
Huh?
Can my donors smell the finish line? For all my Ifa Tunde queens, can you smell the finish line? For all my FDMG unapologetically African anti-snow bunny alpha males, can you smell the finish line? Hit your Cash App.
Here we go.
Hit your Cash App. My hair is done. Say it again and I'm going to block your ass. Hit the Cash.
What in the world? What in the world? What in the world, Cookie Crush chat? I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let it go. Here we go.
Cash App, $ FDMG School. Hit the Cash App, $ FDMG School. Hit the Cash App, $ FDMG School. Hit the PayPal.
Told you.
PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. I said PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. I said PayPal.me.
You don't be saying the PO box that much.
FDMG Academy.
Yeah, Umar excited about a clean pavement, but have abandoned buildings. Yeah, I know it's crazy. It's insanity. Yeah, it's never. Yeah. And again, a Black Queen of Ghana. That's not something that Umar should be proud about, because it goes to show you that he isn't committed to doing the things that need to be done up at these abandoned buildings. 5 years and 8 months later, the sidewalk is being cleaned for free. You see what I'm saying? Crazy. What is he doing?
Where them institution builders at?
Here we go.
Oh, yes.
This guy looked like damn. Umar, you got to get help, bro. You need to admit you got a problem and get the help you need. It's not too late. He looked up. I ain't gonna let me not do him like that, but he looked like one of them characters from Lord of the Rings, from Rings of Power. I don't know which one, but I don't know, the Balrog cousin, second cousin, twice removed, some shit. I don't. He looked. let me stop. He looked like Sauron or something. Not Sauron. Well, what's the evil guy? Not Gandalf, but the other guy, Saruman. He looked like a black Saruman. Let me stop. What time do you think we have? The hour grows late. And Gandalf the Grey comes to Isengard. Here we go.
Howard University, Coppin State University, Bowie State University.
What?
University of Maryland Eastern.
Yeah, you're right. Umar is the ultimate hype man. Donors, this is what y'all money look like. Hype over absolutely nothing. Clean us out. Yeah, but that's what he does. He's a hype man. See, but that's what con artists do. They hype shit up. Everything is over the top. So someone cleaning the sidewalk, he has to turn it into this great accomplishment, and they're doing it for free. After 5 years and 8 months. But he's a hype man. Black Wolf, that's how Umar, that's not the only reason why, because there's other tactics that he's used, and including, especially early on, this idea of helping you single black mothers with your problems, especially as it pertains to your black boys, but then also your problems in male-female relationships. But that was just his way of trying to get them draws. That's what that was. Let's be real about it. But Black Wolf, you bring up an important point about Umar. He always sells things. Tariq Nasheed mentioned that too, and I'm not a Tariq Nasheed fan. Its content's not my cup of tea. It never has been. But I do acknowledge the fact that it was Tariq Nasheed who put Umar on, and Umar didn't come into fame like he did until after Hidden Colors. And that's because Hidden Colors helped to blow Umar up. Even though Umar would tell you the opposite. He'll say that he's the one that blew Hidden Colors up. But the point is that Umar has always been a hype man. And whether it is, if Black Wolf, if you go back and look at the campus, the idea of the campus that he came up with initially, the Africa, I'll just call it the Africa compound. I'll pull it up. You can go there. It's an oversell. It's hype, but also just the idea we're going to be teaching the boys how to float ships. We're going to teach them how to fly airplanes. We're going to teach them, we're going to turn them into black Rambos. We're going to do all these different things. This is just hyping things up, and that's what Umar has done. This is, again, one of the reasons why Umar has been able to extend this scam for over a decade now, is because he hypes everything up. The strategy for Umar, and I've done enough research to recognize this, is that anytime there is a minor movement in the right direction, he overhypes it. But then whenever there is a so-called roadblock, he overhypes that too. So what it does is, on one hand, it gives the illusion of progress, but then also an excuse as to why not as much progress is being taken place. And that is because of all the sabotage that is taking place, and he overhypes it. Someone throws a rock through a window in these trap bandos, these abandoned buildings, and he says it's a boulder rock. The hole is about this big, but he calls it a boulder rock. He exaggerates the shit because he's a hype man. See, that's what con artists do. That's what charlatans do throughout all time. And that's what Umar does, and that's what he continues to do. And that's one of the reasons why he's been able to extend this scam for a decade is a long time. See, and I'm just talking about from the St. Paul's. If we want to go back to 2010, when he posted on his Facebook page that the school was going to open September 11, 2013, we're talking 14 years. That's a long time. 14 years is a long time. If you want to go back to 2005, he stated in a video from 2018, if memory serves me correctly, he talked about how, it might have been 2017, how he conceptualized FDMG in 2005, which ties to the UNIA days when he was trying to run a scam with them. for a building fund because he wanted to do renovations on that building. Sound familiar? That was in 2005. Listen, it's 19 years. It's about to be 20 years shortly here. That's a long time to be scheming and scamming on this FDMG school scam. That's a long 20 years. Damn. I wish I had a time machine go back 20 years. There's so much I've done different. That's a lot of time. One of the ways that he's been able to extend this scam for this long, Black Wolf, is because he's a hype man. And see, anytime you got a hype man who has oratory skills, at least he used to have them, some serious oratory skills, you have a recipe for scamology. Extreme scamology. Okay. Thanks, Black Wolf, for super chat. Okay, let's get back to the video. And everyone else, thank you so much. Everyone in quick chat. The illusion of superficial. Yeah, it is superficial. Painting is superficial. Whether it's on the outside or inside is superficial. I would say that even getting electricity turned on, when he got him turned on, it's superficial in a sense that was what, 4.5 years ago. But again, not one Black child has been educated. So what's the point of getting turned electricity? It's crazy. What's the point of even purchasing these abandoned buildings if after 5 years and 8 months, not one child has been educated? But Umar, he purchased these abandoned buildings because GoFundMe was issuing refunds, and so he had to show something. So he settled on these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. I had mentioned this earlier, and then we'll get back to the video. I mentioned this earlier. I forgot to finish my point because I've been running my mouth this whole live stream because I've been away. But we're going to be back to it tomorrow. I'll make sure we get to the videos and we get straight to it. But I want to make this point because there's people who are, even back then, 2019, 2020, they would argue and they would say things, well, if he was a scam artist, why would he purchase these abandoned buildings for $400,000? Well, to extend the scam. What are you talking about? Think about this shit. Think about this. If you can collect over the last decade $2.6 million, but you spend allegedly $400,000, it could have been much less. You could have got them for free, and it could have been donated to him. We have no actual proof because Umar never provided any receipts. I go with the online figures of $400,000 because that's what someone sent to me. I'll go with that. I think that's fair. And based upon, and if you guys look at the tax rate for the property taxes, and then you look at how much he was on the hook for these abandoned buildings when he wasn't tax exempt, it would come out to about $400,000. These buildings would have had to have been about $400,000 based on the tax rate and how much he was being taxed. Okay, so you look at it that way too. Make sense? May not. I hope it makes sense. It's not my expertise or anything like that, but I'll just throw that out there for people to think about. But the point is that if you can collect over the last decade $2.6 million, $2.7 million, and only have to pay out $400,000, would you do that shit? I would do it. Because it ain't like you lose. What are you losing? $400,000, you can gain another $1.2 million. And then keep the scam going, and it's still going to this day. Yeah, I can see that. As opposed to GoFundMe issuing refunds, he had collected over $400,000. At a certain point, they may have forced him to refund all the money. It could have taken place. So let me go ahead and get these abandoned buildings and put down this $400,000 so I can keep this scam going, and I can keep it going for another 5 years and 8 months like he's done. Yeah, a scam artist, they'll do that. Why not? I'll paint out here too. Why not? I'll get an HVAC unit. Why not? I'll throw some money out here or there. Understand, $2.7 million, that's a lowball figure. See, Umar, he exaggerates on both extremes. When there's a problem, he'll exaggerate the problem because there's sabotage. When there's a minimal movement in the direction of completion of renovations, he'll blow it out of proportion like it's the greatest thing since sliced bread or grilled cheese sandwiches, like, the pavement being power washed. But when it comes to the money, he'll always undersell that. In other words, he will underestimate how much money he's collected because he doesn't want people to realize how much money he's collected. I will dare say that Umar doesn't even know how much money he's collected because there's no accounting system. Such a scammer. But he will give superficial progress, even to the point where he'll actually purchase some abandoned buildings if that's what it takes for him to keep collecting money for free and don't have to do shit. And that's what he's been doing. And guess what? He got away with it for another 5 years and 8 months. All right. Thank you for the super chat. And then Andre says, you gave him the idea to do the power wash. I've talked about it many, many times. Umar watches these videos. Listen, let's be real here. There's a lot that Umar has done because we were on his ass about it. Could Chat hit the one. Over the years, there's been so many different things. We say, you need to do this, you need to do that. Then a week later, a month later, he does the shit. You Umar Johnson followers, you guys should be thankful that the Cookie Crush Chat and I, we've been on this case, this scam artist case, because you best believe that if we weren't doing what we have been doing and covering this foolishness, 80% of the shit that Umar has done up there at these trap banners would not have been done. Hit the one. Because he has no incentive. I don't mean to say, I apologize. Umar's on fault. I apologize. I don't want to sound like Umar. I apologize. Hey, all that. Okay, I apologize. I don't want to stop. But I have to say this. I just got a phrase that I don't want to sound, because Umar's so abusive to y'all. I don't want to sound that way. I apologize. And I really mean that. So many of you Umar Johnson followers, you do not expect any level of accountability from Umar, and he knows that. But if you held him accountable like we've held him accountable, a lot more shit would have gotten done over the years. And you best believe that if we didn't do it, 80% of the shit that Umar Johnson has done to give the illusion of progress, he never would have done it. We told him to paint. Chris Chad hit the one. We told him to paint. We told him to clean up. We told him to throw all this trash and filth all out. We told him to do that. We told him to power wash. We told him to do that. We told him to paint too, but see, the thing is, we didn't know he was going to be painting crazy. I mean, I apologize, you, my John. If I didn't know it was going to look like that, I wouldn't have said nothing. Y'all who can critique, you know what I'm talking about? I wouldn't have said nothing if I'd known it had turned out like that. Okay. Listen, for those of y'all who've been around, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. If you've been around for a couple of years now, we called him out and he got shit done because we called him out. He watched these videos. He may be watching right now. See, and let me tell you, yeah, that's another one. Protest against a fake protest. Some of y'all, if you weren't around back then, that was one of the wildest situations with this Umar Johnson saga. I'm not going to rehash it here, but some of y'all remember that was crazy. It was so insane. But that's what Umar will do. He will do anything to make it seem like people are trying to sabotage. But what it does is it makes people feel as if he has all this opposition. Listen, I'm not in opposition to Umar. I'm in opposition to Umar the deceiver, the great deceiver, to Umar the scam artist, to Umar who sexually exploits black women. That's one of my huge issues. I just don't appreciate it. That's just wrong. And for men to be cool with that, it just goes to show you character, a lack of character. I don't mean to shame anyone, but see, as a group of people, I'll just say as a group of people, because race is a social construct, not a scientific fact. But as a group of people, we're comfortable with this type of behavior. And black men want to talk about how we're being oppressed and how all of this, and the police are doing this and the government is doing this against, but we don't. You very, very rarely hear these men who talk like this talk about what black women are going through, including the suffering that is being enacted upon them by black men. You don't hear that type of talk. The focus is always on black men. Umar, same thing. It's always on black man this, black man that. He'll call y'all out when he's trying to crush them cookies, though. He'll say something nice to you black women to run game on y'all to crush them cookies, but he don't like y'all. If he did, he wouldn't be sexually exploiting you. If he did, he wouldn't be weaponizing your situation as a single black mother to get in your drawers and to get into your pocketbook. What kind of man? Umar will create fake situations to promote himself as some big victim. It's a narcissism. Including a fake protest. That was one of the craziest, most ridiculous things. If y'all been around, y'all remember that was wild. I was like, what in the world? There was no protest. He gonna have a protest, anti-protest to a protest that didn't even exist. Because he wants to play the victim. He's a perpetual victim. No, you're a scammer, sir. I'll take the sir back to live in your mama closet. All right, let's get back to it. I'm sorry for going off. Here we go.
Sure. Delaware State University. I'm going to see y'all Wednesday at the Arlington Draft House. I'm pulling up Wednesday for the DMV HBCU Diaspora comedy event is going down Wednesday, October 16th. It's going down Wednesday, October the 16th. Howard University, Bowie State University, Coppin State University, Dell State University, University of Maryland Eastern Shore, and the entire DMV community.
What you talking about?
And the entire DMV community. And the entire DMV community. Arlington Draft House Comedy Club, Wednesday at 7. Arlington Draft House Comedy Club, 2903 Columbia Pike. 2903 Columbia Pike. 2903 Columbia Pike. Arlington Draft House Comedy Club, 2903 Columbia Pike in Maryland. It's the Diaspora Comedy Presents Dr. Umar Ifatunde. If you have questions, you can call 202-921-6509.
I wonder if he's
If you have questions, you can call 202-921-6509.
Yeah, it's a nice building too. It looks like.
No, every time I go live, the police come down the block. I'm just trying to figure it out. Every time I.
Here we go. He is so paranoid. But it's a nice sized building. It looks like it used to be a movie theater. But I'm wondering if Umar's doing comedy. That's the thing. Back in the day, he was hilarious. Like he could have been a really good comic. I'm not saying like a all-time great or nothing like that, but he could have been I'll say a good comic because he was so funny. The building looks like it's if that's the building, yeah, it looks like it's it looks like a cinema. Maybe it's another building. Anyway, and I got the blueprint video. We'll cover that in just a moment.
I go live, the police come down the block. I'm just trying to figure it out. Every time I go live, the police come down the block.
Yeah, I remember that. And then he ended up having
to figure it out.
And then he ended up having a block party. There we go. He's so self-conscious about himself. He really is. Low self-esteem. Yeah, that's another one. Was a yoga studio. Yeah, there's so many examples that we can Renee, that we can bring up of Umar. It's a fantasy land. He just creates these things, and I think not all of them, but some of the things he actually believes in. It's delusions. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Where are my unapologetically African, all natural?
Oh shit! No, you got. Here you go, pina colada.
Chocolate queens at.
Oh, it's not even on. Is the volume off? The only one who play on is my son. I was so off. That's a doggone thing. Told y'all. I called it. He about to start going. He did freak off time. Hey, how's it going, TJ? Umar ain't got no wives. He married two fake queens twice. They had a block party. They had a wedding ceremony, everything. The one year they had two block parties. One year they had these women out there, and I kid you not, these women, it looked like they had on shower curtains. I said, what as a dress? I said, what in the world? Anyway.
Where my unapologetically African all-natural caramel queens at?
Yep, here
Where
we
my
go.
Unapologetically African all-natural walnut queens and mocha queens at? What up, King?
Mocha.
Good to see you, man. Where are my unapologetically African?
What in the world?
African all-natural from head to toe African queens at? I said, where my unapologetically African all-natural 100% organic from head to toe?
Yeah, I know, but he objectifies women at every turn. It's also colorism. He has issues, and he's had colorism issues from early videos too. It's not a recent or more recent phenomenon. I go back to older Umar videos. He had colorism. I think that's sourced from him being relatively darker skinned compared to his siblings, or at least some of his siblings. But then, in particular, his father Jamal, who had light eyes and is lighter skinned. In fact, I've done the research. Umar's talked about, and I probably shouldn't be saying this. No, I think it's okay. I'm just thinking, just ethically speaking, I think it's okay. Umar's talked about it, but Umar's talked about his grandpa Cicero. Anybody remember Umar talking about grandpa Cicero, the Cuban? Well, if you guys do the research, you'll find that grandpa Cicero on the census records, he classified himself as white. So he would be what you would call a white Cuban. Okay, which makes sense, because if you look at Umar Johnson's father, okay, I'm gonna leave it at that. There's more I can say because that would be going too far. We crossed the line there. And here's the thing, that's not uncommon in certain situations. As an example, if there's let's say if there's a country that used to be under the dominion of, let's say, a European country, there are times where they will report themselves as being, let's say, Spanish from Spain, but it's not that they're from Spain, but that where they were born was in a Spanish territory. Does that make sense? Okay, I hope this makes sense to people. I've done a lot of research, genealogical research, not just with my own family, but also with Umar's family. Okay. The reason I'm bringing this up is because part of Umar's issue is, in fact, he really thinks that he's dark skinned, like really dark skinned, but in fact, he's not. He's not dark skinned. And even if he was, so what? Who gives a shit? But I'm sorry, I don't mean to say it that way, but Umar has a lot of issues with skin color, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. It's about his own self-perception. And that's why he's always bringing up this issue of skin color. And he also always brings up, when he starts talking about you black women, he talks about the pina colada. He talks about the caramel. These are all skin colors. He talks about the hot fudge. He talks about one time he said green pistachio, but there's two things here. One is that it's colorism. There's actually three things. One is it's colorism and classifying you based upon the color of your skin, but also turning you into food, but more specifically treats, which is one of Umar's addictions. So the objectification of you black women, and then also the colorism aspect of this, but then also when he refers to the cookies, meaning your vaginas, and this is again tied to his sexual exploitation of black women, he gives you guys colors and he gives you guys flavors too. It's twisted, some twisted shit. So he'll say hot fudge cookies and moist cookies and cookies you want to just sniff those. He's done it. He does. I said, boy, listen, I get it. Okay, I get it, but come on now. You're supposed to be a school principal, school psychologist. You shouldn't be talking like that. And it's so grotesque because it's not as if he's in a committed relationship and a loving relationship with one woman. What he's really talking about is sexually exploiting women around the world and gobbling up your cookies, as it were. And your cookies are associated with colors, skin colors. The objectification on many different levels, but it's also about the sexual exploitation of black women. Well, that's what he's doing here. See? And there's tiers to this. Sometimes he'll just be talking about skin color, but then he'll elevate it to cookie crushing, and then he'll elevate it to something else, and it just goes on and on and on. Okay?
African Queens at butter almond, butter pecan, agave, sweet walnut. Oh yes, my fudge queens, my lemon and my butter.
He said guava. I ain't never heard him say agave. Yeah, I know, Renee. And maybe I'll talk about this for members. I don't want to. The whole bumpy thing, bumpy bump on his lip. Technically, she talked about that. I don't like talking, and I never really like talking about it. But the thing is that it's a lot deeper than what people realize, and it's actually quite sad. If you guys do enough research into Umar, I shouldn't even be saying this. I'm gonna let this go. But I just have to say that it's I'll say it this way, without saying it. In my opinion, Umar's sexual depravity that is exhibited at the age of 50, and indeed in the 40 and 30s, is symptomatic of other issues that took place much earlier on in his life. I'm going to leave it at that. Let's go.
Scotch and my warm peanut butter queens and my African vanilla queens.
African vanilla.
All natural from head to toe. No extensions, no fake hair, no weave, no perm, no European hair color, no fake body parts. I said 100% all natural black women from head to toe.
I like that one, mashed potato gravy. What in the world? Oh shit, said about Obatala Shea Queens. What in the world you got? Red velvet. Yeah, no, you're right, JW. I recognized that a long time ago. Yeah, he tends to focus on lighter skin. I'm sorry to say it this way because it's so objective. It's inappropriate. I apologize for you women who are here, but I called him out on that years ago. And shortly after that, that's when he started to talk more about quote unquote darker colored skin tones or food or cooch, as he does cookies is a cooch, whatever you want to call it. But that he started to change because earlier on he wasn't talking. He was mainly talking about the light. But again, he has these issues. Umar really thinks that he's dark skinned. He's not. And even if he was, so what? I mean. Again, it's tied to his childhood, but we grew up in a situation. We had people who are dark skin and really light skin. Okay, one of my sisters had dark skin. It's beautiful. Okay, she's always was pretty, but I'm just talking about just the skin skin color, skin texture. I always like this. Is beautiful. So it don't make me no difference to me. See, but then I also have sisters who are light skin, light skin. It's just not, and relatives all the way across the spectrum, the whole spectrum. That's how my family is like that. At least I can say for myself, it's not something I ever tripped off of. Like, okay, it's a big deal. But Umar, he has some deep-seated issues, and they go back to his childhood, and he still carries forward to this day. And guess what? He does have this thing for a lighter-skinned women. There's nothing wrong with that because people can have their preference. But one of the things I noticed about Umar that was very troubling was that when it's like a slave master. When he would have women up there doing work, I was noticing how it was a pattern wherein the lighter skinned women were doing the easier work, and then the darker skinned women would be doing the more hard manual labor type of work. And that's something for people to really think about. It just goes to show you that all of this talk of Black power and all of this, we need to be, race first and race pride, and we're all one, and Africa this and that. At the end of the day, his mentality is no different than a white supremacist or a slave master. I know that sounds extreme, but it's true. The sexual exploitation of Black women is true. Having people doing shit for free, slave master shit. Let's be real about this. Umar has a slave master mentality, and he feels superior to Black people. He talks shit about Black people all the time. Most of the time when he's talking about Black people, he's saying something negative. He has a slave master mentality. He actually detests Black people. He don't like Black women. He don't. He detests you all. He will sexually exploit you though and get them draws and get that money. But he doesn't have any care for you, any love. The truth is, I don't think Umar cares or loves anyone except his mama. But it's very twisted. It's something totally off the wall, some off the wall shit. I will explore that in the documentary. I've been taking notes on all these videos where he's making these types of comments, and it's just really weird. What's up, information man? Hope you're doing all right. Because Umar really want a woman. Come on, listen. Umar's talked about how he's never dealt with white women, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did. And even if he did, I wouldn't care so much, except for the fact that it would further prove he's already is, but it would prove that he's a hypocrite. But the fact that he focuses on this whole snow bunny thing all the time. See, one thing about Umar and a lot of these cult leaders too, I'll just put it in information, man. I'll put it in these terms. Oftentimes what they do to their cult followers is they will tell them what their cult followers can and cannot do. And some of the things that they say that they cannot do, then the cult leader does. And sometimes they'll tell the cult that you need to do this so that it justifies them doing the same thing. Talking about the cult leader doing the same thing. So you hear Umar telling Black people, Black men in particular, you shouldn't be dating outside the race. You shouldn't be bunny hopping and all this type of talk. But in essence, Listen, Umar, I have a video where Umar, there was a waitress, it was a white woman, and the first words that come out of his mouth is, "Hey, gorgeous." He was running his little game, he's running game. Some weak game, but that's what he do. So he's posted pictures, videos of white women on his Instagram page, and you can tell there's some freaky stuff, and he posts up there because you wouldn't post up there if you ain't looking at it. Okay? And it's okay. Listen, Umar, if you want to get the point is, though, Umar, what you need to do is get your life together in the first place so you can function as a man, so you can have something to contribute to another person's life, whether she's white or black. I don't give a shit. But you're not at a point in your life as a man living inside your mama closet, scheming and scamming with this FMG school scam shit, looking like a pookster. You're not in a position in your life to be able to contribute anything positive to a woman's life. That's why you got to get your life together in the first place. See? And then you can go on and get you a woman and commit long term and build something. But you're 50. I ain't gonna say time is running out, but my goodness gracious. Anyway, let's go.
My all-natural sisters from the African continent. If you in Nigeria and Ghana, if you in South Sudan and Eritrea, if you in South Africa in the Gambia, if you in the Congo in Zambia, if you in Benin and Togo, if you in Madagascar and Liberia, if you in Kenya and Nubia, and you all natural from head to toe, if you in France and if you in London, I'm pulling up on London November 4th through the 5th, November.
Boy, his hands are looking as ashy as a volcanic eruption. Umar had his hands in the volcano ash. Umar been washing his hands inside of an erupting volcano. Told you, man, this is sad. You gotta go back to them older Umar videos. He wasn't looking like this and acting like this either. But his hands, his hands. Trying to put some lotion. That lotion was like, nope. That's too much work. Shit, you just throw me away. Go put me in the trash can. I ain't trying to do all that work. Here we go.
First to the 4th. Birmingham, England.
Yeah.
I'm pulling up on you.
Bridget, I don't know if you were around a long time ago with Umar videos, but if you got, some people, I'm talking about even before I started covering Umar, he used to have fades. He would have his hair cut all the time. You guys remember that? Not these days. See? And again, this is also reflective of his mental health too. Boy, my goodness, he just looking bad. Perry says, yes, there will be an African sperm. Oh my God. What in the world? Where do you come up with that? Sounds like some Umar saying. Okay. Thanks, Perry. My goodness gracious. Okay. Here we go. Look at this guy.
November the 1st, Manchester, England, I'm pulling up on you. November the 2nd, London, England, I'm pulling up on you. November the 3rd or the 4th, I said Birmingham. November the 1st, London, Black England, Black Europe, Manchester. November the 2nd, I'm pulling up. DMV, I'm pulling up Wednesday. Oh yes. Las Vegas, Nevada. Where my Nevada Africans at? I'm going to see you at the public library on November the 22nd. Where my Las Vegas kings and queens at? Where my Las Vegas kings and queens at? All right, family.
He's so scared.
Where my Las Vegas kings and queens at? Toronto, you know how I feel about my Toronto queens.
Here we go.
My Toronto queens showed up and showed out in all of their royal thickness. I'm going to say it again.
Oh,
I wasn't looking, though, because I was focused on the mission. I said my Toronto, Canada queens showed up and showed out in all of their thickness. And then the night before last, my Dallas, Texas queens showed up and showed out. I said my Dallas, Texas queens showed.
What about the boys?
Up and showed out.
What about the helping of the black boys and the teaching of the black boys?
In all of their thickness. Oh, Lord. Lord, have mercy. Lord, have mercy.
Man, Umar fell off so bad. It's sad. Yeah, that's what he said.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Andrew Schultz, you got to pay me for the interview. I told you that. Peace to the Caucasian nation. You got to pay for the interviews. We don't do no free interviews, especially with the CEOs. CEOs don't get a free interview.
What are you talking about?
Colonizers, enslavers, and oppressors. They don't get a free interview. Contract coming soon.
Yeah.
Andrew Schultz want to go one-on-one with King Kong. What y'all want to do, family? Andrew Schultz want to go one-on-one with King Kong consciousness. Andrew Schultz want to go one-on-one with King Kong consciousness. What y'all think out there? What do my Germaniac Nation have to say? Do we?
Germaniac Nation, that's in reference to the women that he has sex with. He calls them Germaniacs, and he has different ones in different cities. He was trying to get Zora to do that. Zora doing videos now. I said, man, y'all seen that? It's crazy. This is a war.
We go head on with Andrew Schultz, or do we leave it alone?
Yeah.
That's the question of the day.
Sports betting.
Do we go to war with Andrew?
Just in this video alone, the freaking count is 2,234. The children is 0. It was never about the kids, though. It was about the freak off. That's what it was.
On the podcast, or do we leave it alone? What do y'all think, family? What do y'all think? Do y'all want me on the CEO's platform?
Yeah, he is.
Do y'all want me on the CEO, colonizer, enslaver, oppressor? Talk to me, family. Talk to me, family. What y'all want me to do? What y'all want me to do? Oh, yes. Where my butter almond queens at and my fudge queens? Where my sweet brown sugar and my dark caramel queens? Where my...
See him, he's self-soothing with his hair. It's about how he looks.
Mahogany and buttercream queens at? Oh, yes.
What?
Oh, yes. Get off my live, Andrew. This is an all-African live. I'll see you on the podcast. Get off the live, sir. This is an all-African live. Stop colonizing our spaces. Stop trying to neo-colonize our spaces, Andrew. Hop off the live. Hop off the live. We'll get back to you. You should hear from my assistant very soon.
Yeah, this old school. Yeah, he does.
Am I going to get married? Are you single? All natural, conscious, and curvy. Since you worried about my marital status, are you a single queen, an all natural queen, a conscious queen, and a curvy queen? I said, are you a single queen, an all natural queen, a conscious queen, and a curvy queen? I don't care if you're butter almond. I don't care if you warm sweet butter. I don't care if you cinnamon, walnut, pistachio.
What is warm sweet butter? Anybody could question that? What is warm sweet butter? How is the butter going to be warm anyway, though? Because wouldn't it melt? Oh, that's Asian? Okay, warm sweet butter is Asian. I know. He crazy. yeah, exactly. He crazy. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, Malika, he does this all the time. We've seen him do this many. Now, to be fair, he didn't do this as much. But I can actually, in my notes, I can pull up the first time Umar on record. I'm talking about that there's video evidence of Umar speaking in these terms. It's just that back then, and this is going back, it's 2000, I don't know, 2013, maybe 2012. I can actually pull it up inside my notes. The thing that has happened, what has happened though over the last decade at least, is that Umar doesn't have the same level of discipline to keep these types of comments from coming out of his mouth. See, in the past, he had more discipline to be able to not say the things that he shouldn't be saying, even though he was thinking those things and he felt those things and he felt that way. Okay. It's just that he was better at hiding it back then. But what has happened is he has deteriorated in terms of his physical health, his mental health, obviously. His deterioration in terms of his ability to even think clearly and code. Because you notice when he's talking here, he's all over the place. You know, it's not like he's talking about one topic for an extended period of time. He'll switch to this and switch. Now, he's had issues with that in the past too. He's also admitted that he had ADHD, even though he said it doesn't exist. And he's also said that he didn't. But I have a video where he states emphatically that he had ADHD and that he's been dealing with it for his whole life. And so ADHD, Umar's campaign against ADHD, it's more personal to him. It has nothing to do with helping Black boys. It's just his way of resolving this issue that he has ADHD, and instead of admitting it and accepting it and then getting the tools to deal with it, he expresses this idea that it does not exist. But he also has admitted that he has it. I have the video. See? But what has happened over the years is that his ability to really stay on task and stay focused on any one thing for an extended period of time has become more and more difficult for him. But in addition to that, his ability to hide his true intentions, especially as it relates to the sexual exploitation of women, has become more and more difficult for him to do. And that's why at the age of 50, he's still talking like this. A lot of this is repressed, things that he wanted to say a long time ago, even though he stated it a long time ago, just not as severely and then not as consistently, whereas these days he does it all the time. He can't help himself. See? So yeah, it is disturbing. However, the pattern of behavior, it goes back over a decade. And I would propose that even he probably had these inclinations even, in his, I would have to think in his college days too, that he has these inclinations and especially objectification of Black women and creating these fantasies. And Lauryn Hill, he has a whole Lauryn Hill fantasy that he creates inside this one video where he's talking about how he met Lauryn Hill and how she, at the end of this concert, whatever, she comes up to him inside this dark gym, and she comes up to him and kisses him on the cheek and says, hey, "Bye, cutie." And prior to that, they were at a hotel room, and she walks in, and he happens to sit on the bed, and she sits next to him and puts her head on his shoulder and tells him how she's dealing with her menstrual cycle. I mean, just comes out. What? Women don't do that. Randomly with some man they never met and sit inside a hotel room. There's other people supposedly inside this hotel room. But women don't do that. Women don't go, okay, I'm going to go to this hotel. There's someone I don't know, and he's sitting on the bed. I'm going to go sit next to him and put my head on his shoulder and tell him about how I'm on my menstrual cycle. That doesn't happen. That's nuts. But that's Umar fabricating these things in his mind. I have a sense that he had these same types of I don't even want to call it fantasies. I don't know what to call it, but just this idea of sexually exploiting Black women in this way, but then it also being tied to food, which is one of his addictions. It's also tied to sex, which is one of his addictions. It's also tied to treats, cookies, what he calls cookies, which is a euphemism that he creates for vagina. You see, it's all intertwined. Yeah, and it is disturbing. However, it's not something that did not exist a decade ago, and I proposed 2 decades ago. The difference is that these days he can't control himself and he can't hide the deception. Well, he's unable to deceive people on the same level that he was able to in the past, and that's what happens with a lot of these deceivers. And he's a great deceiver. Is that in their prime, they have their skill set is such that they can deceive more people for an extended period of time. But as they begin to the best word, if I can use this term, I don't even know if it's a word, but as they continue to degenerate over time, okay, as they continue to devolve, I'll use that word, over time, it becomes more and more difficult for them to deceive on the same level that they did before. And that's where Umar's at these days. And it is disturbing.
Fudge, butterscotch, or peanut butter? Are you conscious? Are you curvy? Can you cook? And can you keep your damn mouth shut? I said, are you conscious? Are you curvy?
These are all tropes that are associated with sexism and misogyny. That women, it's about your body, not about your intellect. Okay? It's not about what you can contribute to a household. Everything is about how you can service a man. It's about your body. It's about we can go through step by step.
Can you cook?
It's about you servicing him as someone who cooks for him. He's like a little boy. See? And when he says conscious, he's not talking about conscious in terms of intellect. He's talking about, are you conscious in terms of, do you abide to his, really for him, it's his the conception that he has of what he calls Pan-Africanism. That's what he's really talking about. Because when people say conscious, that means all kinds of, these days, especially with the Black conscious community, that means all kinds of shit. See? But for Umar, when he says conscious, he's not talking about you being an intelligent Black woman. What he's talking about is, do you adhere to this idea of Garveyism or Pan-Africanism? That's really what he's talking about. See? But what's the other thing he said?
You keep your damn mouth shut.
See? Women, you don't speak. You keep your mouth shut. Stay in your place. Stay in that kitchen, cook. See? Make sure you're servicing me with your body. You see? He's a misogynist. Been telling people this for a long time, and it's so clear. See, back in the day, he could mask it, but these days he can't.
Are you conscious? Are you curved?
Yeah. This is part of it too. For Umar, how he conceptualized what he thinks women should be. That's like when I hear men saying things like, you know, the women need to submit to the men. This type of talk. That's a bunch of bullshit. What are you talking about? See, what I found is that people who are not in long-standing relationships, they develop these types of ideas, but it's not practical, and they don't have any life experiences that back it up. See, what you realize, especially if you're with someone an extended period of time, is that you work together. Ain't nobody really submissive to anybody else. At the end of the day, especially if you have kids, you got to work together, and every single day you got to be a team, because these kids, they wear you out otherwise. Hey. So there's things that I take the lead on in my household. There's things that my wife takes the lead on. But at the end of the day, we work together to get shit done. It's not about, you know, the women, you got to be here and men are up here. But when men who talk that talk, you notice they ain't got no woman. Or if they do, they're in a dysfunctional relationship. And at a certain point, their woman's gone. Okay? That's an example real quick. Polite, that was part of what he was talking about. There's really pimp culture. It's really pimp is. Well, women have to be submissive on this stuff. When you get out there and you work and you give me the damn money. Sound like Umar, right? Okay. But what you'll find with and even the idea of having, it's really conscious pimpism, but Umar calls it polygamy. See, the idea of having all these different wives, it's also about power and control and having all of these different women being submissive to you. See, and Umar is not the only one who proposed it. In fact, Polite, that's what he was talking about. But you notice that he was never able to really, aside for the one that was around for the longest period of time, and that was the main woman, Ajanet or whatever her name was. It was a revolving door. Sometimes he had 5 quote unquote wives, and it went down to 4, and then it went down to 3, then went back up to 4, and then now he in jail. good shit. See? So a lot of this idea, especially, and it's not even with this black conscious community. I just think that it's part of society in general, is that women are supposed to be submissive. But what you'll find is that men who talk that type of way, that they struggle in relationships, and a lot of them aren't even in relationships. Either divorced 1 time, 2, 3 times over. They can't keep a woman. See, the best way that you can really figure it out is that if you're able to keep a woman and she's happy, and you're able to keep, what I mean keep her is that you guys are together, you work together for an extended period of time. Umar can't speak to that. Yeah, you're gonna have problems, you're gonna have struggles, I get it. But you work things out and you keep going. It's not about submission, it's none of that stuff. It's not about being quote unquote conscious. What it's about is having love and care for each other, and then you work through whatever issues that come up. There's always gonna be issues, but Umar can't speak to that. He's a misogynist. Misogynists don't do well in relationships. It's really that simple. Okay, let's start winding this down. I do have the video of the group. Let me just do this. Okay, let's take a little bit of a break. Here it is. Someone requested this, or I think it was Black Wolf, requested this video right here. A lot of people don't remember this, but this was one of the early excuses that Umar gave when it came to renovations getting started, and he gave it was really a lie. It was this delay, and it was associated with him not being able to find the blueprints for these abandoned buildings. So check this out. Oh, thank you, T. Jones. I appreciate that. That's so nice of you. Someone did that before. I don't even know how to do it. I wish I can gift them too, because I'll probably send some out too. Thanks, T. Jones. I really appreciate that. Also, if you were gifted a membership, understand that you will gain access to the rough drafts of the early, I would just call it chapters of the documentary that I'm working on Umar. It's a comprehensive documentary. I did an introduction. I did a chapter 1, which is origins, mainly focuses on Umar Johnson's father, Jamal Johnson. And then the one that I released 2 days ago, I believe, was it 2 days ago? Yesterday, I think it was 2 days ago. It's chapter, I don't even know what chapter it is. I'm going to call it chapter 3 for now, but it's actually going to come, it's going to be further on along in the documentary once it's completed. But there's a chapter 3, I'll just call it chapter 3 right now. And it's really dealing with the timeline and all of the date changes that Umar gave us for the FDMG grand opening. And then also how all that actually got started. A lot of people think that he's changed the date 3 or 4 times. No. It's way more than this, but in this segment of the documentary, I think I count 26 or 27 date changes from 2015 to 2024. Okay, but there's many more. I just haven't put that all inside of it's no need to put all. As long as I put each year, that'd be enough. But anyway, if you've been gifted a membership by T. Jones, and thank you so much for that, T. Jones, and blessing people in that way. I appreciate it. If you've been gifted a membership, you will gain access to those videos, in addition to a whole archive of videos. The last the segment that I released a couple of days ago is just about 45 minutes long. Okay. Okay. Thank you again, T. Jones. I appreciate it. Let's go. Sniff it. Yeah, this was around COVID.
Peace and love, Black family. King Kong Consciousness. International Ifa Tunde. How's everybody doing? Good news and bad news.
It's always good news and
Good
bad
news is we got the drones. All right?
Here we go.
We got the drones.
He's talking about the blueprint. See this? He got him in a white paper bag or a white plastic bag. These are the blueprints.
$20,000 worth of work, right?
$20,000 for some blueprints. Here's the thing. This was from a couple of years ago. I could pull up the exact date. I think it was 2020. But the point I want to make here is that blueprints would be accessible digitally. Yeah, you can have physical copies too. But we're in a digital age. Okay, I have a degree in cybersecurity. There's no excuse for this. But Umar goes on this whole thing where he can't find the blueprints, and that's why we can't start renovations. And then ultimately he claims that he has to spend $50,000 to, I guess, get blueprints made from scratch. That don't even make no sense. Because if there was people coming up there doing that type of work, Umar, why didn't you live stream that?
Right here. $20,000.
$20,000.
Architectural designs, plumbing, electric, mechanical, general contractor. Shout out to the donors. $20,000 worth of designs right here. We got
Umar. Who walks through the hood with some $20,000 blueprints in a plastic bag? It's crazy.
Got the designs. That's the good news.
The bad news,
challenging news
he always has, because
we got to raise the money to pay for the work.
Here we go. See? At that time, Umar should have been sitting on about at least $700,000, at least. But you see, what he does is he uses it's fascinating. He uses the lie that he can't find blueprints as the excuse as to why renovations can't start. And so he goes on this, it goes on for many months. It was over a year, actually. It goes on, he keeps talking, and then finally he gets, I think it was about a year, he gets these so-called blueprints, and he has to pay whatever he said. What did he say, $20,000? But the reason why he says $20,000, if he said 20 or 25, let's say $20,000, is the reason why he mentions the 20,000, because what it's supposed to relay to his supporters is that he spent all this money and now there's no more money left. And so now he needs to raise money to do the renovations. He should have had plenty of money. You see the game here? The Umar is very crafty in that way. He also is smoked out in this particular video. That's the thing, you guys. I'm sorry to say it, but he's a pookster. He wasn't always that way, but when that money started coming in, he used it to self-destruct. And even in this video, it's very clear to me. This guy, he smoked out. And but what does he want to do? He wants to get up here. Again, this is the illusion of progress so many years ago. The illusion of progress over a half decade ago. Well, let's say 5 years ago. It's more illusion of progress. And what it does is it makes people believe that, oh, he's really making progress. So what? So they can send him more money. And the money's not going towards renovations. It's going towards Umar's self-destructive lifestyle. That's why here we are all these years later, going into 2024, and Umar, he's up here talking about getting the outside the sidewalk power washed. And he ain't even got the money to get that done. he has to get someone to come up there to do it for free. You see the game? Also have real quick, I have the interview where Umar was being interviewed, and they were asking him, what are you going to do once renovations are complete? Well, he said, well, we'll have to start raising money so that for operation costs. See? It doesn't mean that once renovations are done that operations are going to take place. It means that he needs to raise money for operations, which he'll have to have somewhere in around $4 million a year, the operation cost. So he's going to have at least $4 million just to get started. Well, he don't even have money to get shit power washed today. So what does that mean? That he's going to have to raise more money for another 5, 6, 7 years before operations. You see what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's crazy. Look at it.
So what I'm going to be doing all next week is entertaining bids from contractors, electricians, plumbers, general contractors. I'm walking down the hood in North Philly, no security, just me.
He just said that there was a general contractor. Now he says he's looking for one.
King Kong, okay?
Look at it. Boy, he's
North Philly bred, born and raised. That's what I do. Shout out to all my Meade Elementary alumni, 18th in Oxford.
Yeah, he went
Shout
to
out to all my
Elementary.
Bieber Junior High alumni,
Yep,
59th in Malvern.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to all my Scotland School alumni, Chambersburg, PA.
Yep, he was sent off to the Scotland School for veterans children. Mm-hmm.
Shout out to all my Millersville University alumni, Lancaster.
Yeah, he attended Millersville to start undergraduate work, got a double major in psychology and political science.
PA. This is what we do. Make sure y'all donate.
See? Sniffing.
All next week, I'm entertaining bids. Electrician, carpenter, plumber, general contractor, carpentry, HVAC.
Yeah, he's been lying for a
fire
long
alarm
time.
system, sprinkler system.
Yeah.
We got to do it all, y'all. Get on that Cash App, $ FDMG school. Get on that Cash App.
Mm-hmm.
Mail in. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, 19809. Mail in, family. We got the designs. $20,000 worth of work right here.
Yeah,
all donations paid for through the donors of FDMG. But now we got to find an electrician who ain't going to rob us. Find a plumber who ain't going to rob us. Find a carpenter, HVAC man who ain't going to. August 1st. Today is the centennial. 100-year anniversary of the most honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, greatest black leader of the 20th century. It's not even close. Today was the beginning of his International Convention of the African Peoples of the World.
Okay, by the way, one thing about, there's only about 2 more minutes on this one, but we'll end that one right there. But go back to the video that we've been watching, and then we're going to pull up where he's talking about the keys. That was from the I believe it's from February 2019 video, the school announcement. I have that pulled up already. But one of the things I also noticed about Umar, especially going to his earlier videos, is that he has this affinity for Marcus Garvey. Now, the Frederick Douglass is more understandable because his father told him that he was a descendant of Frederick Douglass. DNA proved that is not the case. Okay, there is no DNA connection between Umar Johnson's father and Frederick Douglass, or Umar Johnson's mother and Frederick Douglass. Okay, obviously, Umar Johnson's Jamal Johnson's mother. There's no connection between her and Frederick Douglass, and obviously, there's no connection between Jamal Johnson's father, who was a Cuban. There's no connection between him and a genetic connection between him and Frederick Douglass. The point is that it's been proven by DNA, if Jamal Johnson is not related, I should more specifically say that there's no DNA relationship between Jamal Johnson and Frederick Douglass, then obviously there's no connection between Umar Johnson and Frederick Douglass, genetically speaking, because that's already been proven. And they took a DNA test and it already proved it. They're not related. But even though Umar knows that he's not a descendant or he's not related, he still goes along with that narrative. And so it makes sense that he would talk about Frederick Douglass, and he wants to be Frederick Douglass. He actually wanted to he did this play where he had on a Frederick Douglass wig and everything. It's crazy. But I find it fascinating that Umar wants to be Marcus Garvey to the extreme as well. And even if you listen to, and I've ran into this more recently, if you guys go and listen to some of Marcus Garvey's speeches, there's two things in particular he was a great orator. There's two things that you will hear in particular that I can clearly see with Umar. Number one is Marcus Garvey, and with all due respect, Marcus Garvey, he tended to speak very poorly about Black people. And what I mean by that is that he would often say things about Black people in a derogatory way, like you guys are this and you guys, and some of you guys don't need to go back to Africa because you would be part of the problem. See what I'm saying? And it's a sort of, and no disrespect, I'm just calling it like it is. It's a sense of superiority. It's a superiority complex. You know, if memory serves me right, and I could be wrong on this, but I think that Marcus Garvey went so far as to say that he was the president of Africa or something like that, the provisional president, and he is self-proclaimed, but that's no different than what Umar Johnson does. See, that's besides the point. The point that I want to make here, whatever you guys may feel about Marcus Garvey, it's not a critique of Marcus Garvey. I'm just drawing a correlation that there's two things that I noticed when you listen to Marcus Garvey speak, and there's a couple of recordings that you can even listen to online. One is that he tends to talk poorly, not to the same degree as Umar, but he tends to talk poorly about Black people as if he's in so much superior that the people who are quote unquote part of his movement are conscious that they're superior to your everyday Black people. But the other thing is that if you listen to his speech patterns when he's speaking, he'll be talking or he'll be speaking and he's a great orator, and then he'll yell. And then he'll go back to his other voice and he'll be speaking and speaking, and then he'll yell. And it reminded me so much of Umar, because Umar does the same thing. See, I have a sense that there's two things that happen. That number one, when he gets into the UNIA and his pursuit of power, and I have evidence of this too, his pursuit of power, he wanted to take over the UNIA there in Philadelphia. That part of his desire to take over the UNIA was tied to his ability to orate as an orator. But the other thing was that he wanted to become Marcus Garvey. And it's a fascinating thing about Umar. It's almost as if he has different, well, I know this for a fact, he does have different personalities internally, but I'm talking about in terms of an identity. Umar doesn't know who he is. Frederick Douglass, Marcus Garvey, and that's why he ended up naming these trap bandos Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy. He's had different names over the years, but that's all. It's all associated with this. The two things: number one, that he believes that he still thinks that he knows it's not true, but he in his own mind he still promotes it, that he's a descendant or related to Frederick Douglass, which by DNA has already proved that he's not. But then also that since his UNIA days, he wanted power and control, and the person who started the UNIA was who? Marcus Garvey. So he always wanted to be Marcus Garvey. It's a fascinating thing. And I didn't realize that until more recently, in my research dealing with Umar. Okay, so let's do this. We're going to go back to the original video. We'll play some more of that. We're doing okay on time. We'll probably go for another 20 minutes, and then I'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. I just got to figure out exactly what we're going to be talking about, or which video. There's plenty of videos I have. I just got to pick one of them. Let's go back to this video right here.
Can you cook? And can you keep your mouth shut? Peace and Pan-Africanism.
And thanks everyone too for tuning on in. There is a poll. Let me go ahead and close this poll out. I'll do this. Let me just do this real quick. The question is, should we give Umar Johnson credit for power washing the sidewalks after 5 years and 8 months? There's 1,056 votes. Thanks everyone who has voted. I appreciate it. As of right now, 81% say no and 19% say yes. And I'm going to say no. And let me just explain this. Why I can't give him credit for this, because this is something that as a man, he should have done day one. And he should have done it consistently over the last 5 years and 8 months. And the idea of him collecting all of this money since the acquisition date of February of 2019, I can safely say that Umar has raised at least $1 million since then. You would think that he would have taken care of this himself, as opposed to having, I'm talking about specifically power washing. And someone already mentioned, I think it was Black Wolf or Lewis Luck, someone that mentioned that he could have just rented one for $100 and did it himself. Okay, you would think that with all that money raised that he would have done that himself. Okay, so I can't give him credit for that. But the other thing is the fact that he has someone come out there and do it for free and exploit this black business in this way and be okay with it and live stream it in that way. I can't give Umar credit. Umar, I can't give you credit for this. And I've been fair with you when you do things that are legitimate and are meaningful. I've always given you credit. I've always been fair with you. Okay. Now you lied on me. You said some horrible things about me. It's just crazy. You even said some stuff about my wife, but I'll let it go. It's all good. You're emotionally driven. And that's what happened with pooksters. They get emotionally driven. It's about the emotions and their needs being fulfilled in that moment, like a little child throwing a tantrum. So I don't hold it against you, right? But one thing I can say, Umar, is out of all of the years I've covered you, I've never told a lie, and I've never purposely said something to specifically cause you harm. I just tell the truth. Okay? And I've always given you credit. In this case, I can't give you credit for this. There's really, it's actually sad. 5 years and 8 months, and you have a black business come up there to do it for free. You don't even put a dime in his pocket. All this black power talk, and we got to support black business, and all of this talk, all this Marcus Garvey talk, and we got to be self-sufficient as black people. But you're not going to put a dime in somebody else's hand because you're a pookster. That's why when you was, I don't mean to go off real quick, but that's why when you was up there in Canada, someone approached you, and I guess they were asking for money. You said you ain't got no money. Umar, you had some money. But you go out there and they give you all this shit for free. Just like when you were down there at that Black Wall Street, that's what they called it. You was walking around and people just giving you shit for free. You didn't buy not a one doggone thing. Because you're an exploiter of people. And when you do buy something, guess what? It's with other people's money. Like you had bought I think it was a shirt or some shit like that when you was in Canada. And then you go outside and you walk around and someone asks you for some money. You say, I ain't got no money on me. See that? See there? And it's not even your money, it's other people's money because you ain't got no job, pookster. It's a doggone shame. You're going to exploit every black person at every single turn. Can't give you credit for that.
Peace and Pan-Africanism. This is Uncle Ifa Tunde. This is Cousin King Kong Consciousness, Uncle Ifa Tunde, and Brother Black Power. I said this is Cousin King Kong Consciousness, Uncle Ifa Tunde, and Brother Black Power. I said this is Cousin King Kong Consciousness, Uncle Ifa Tunde. Coming back. All right. He in there, Jay? He in there? Okay.
What in the world?
Look at how clean. Look at how clean. We got a new street and we got a power wash, steps, and sidewalk. I said we got an all new black top and we got a power wash, steps, and sidewalk. I can smell look how clean that is.
You can smell the what, Umar? They do look clean. So but you, Umar, you didn't do none of this. These trap banners still look like trash though.
Look how clean that is, brothers and sisters. Look how clean that is. Them brothers showed up and showed out with a free power wash. This is the first time we had the school power wash. I think that's the ancestors saying it's time to finish what we started. This is the first time we had the school power wash. I think that was the ancestors saying we got to finish what we started. Oh, yes.
What?
We getting there. We getting ready. You see my brothers power wash the school queen. Nice and clean. We got a new street. We got new clean. We getting there. We getting there.
That street ain't got nothing to do with you. What are you talking about? That's the city.
A little bit closer every day.
A little bit closer.
Yes, indeed.
You such a scammer.
I'm walking up Ifa Tunde Avenue, Dr. Papa Boulevard. I'm walking up Ifa Tunde Avenue, Dr. Papa Boulevard. I'm walking up Ifa Tunde Avenue, Dr. Papa Boulevard, Prince of Pan-Africanism Parkway. Who else in the conscious community got their own block? That's what I want to know. Who else in the conscious community got their own block? Who bought the whole block except me? Who bought the whole block except me?
Yeah, with other people's money, and nothing has come out of it. That $400,000, if indeed it was $400,000, it's just gone in the air. It hasn't gone towards help educating one black child. Yeah, it's crazy.
Who bought the whole? Look at my ancestors
Yeah.
in the back. Look at my ancestors in the back. They ready for war. Look at Marcus Garvey. He ready for war. Look
Yeah. See, I'm recording. This is good. Our classes held on the sidewalk. Exactly.
at Frederick Douglass. He ready for war. Look at the prophet Nat Turner. He ready for war. Look at Jean-Jacques Dessalines.
Captain Crunch. Yeah, I see Captain Crunch back there.
Where my Haitian Africans at? If Donald Trump got a problem with Haiti, he got a problem with Dr. Umar Tunde. I said, where my Haitian Africans at? If Donald Trump got a problem with the Haitian people, he got a problem with the Prince of Pan-Africanism. Where my Congolese Africans at? If Donald Trump got a problem with the Congolese Africans, he got a problem with the Prince of Pan-Africanism. Oh, yes. Who else own their own block? I'm the only one in the conscious community who bought the whole block. We own the whole damn street. We own all 4 buildings. We own the whole damn street. We own all 4 buildings. We own the whole damn street. Don't talk about Black Wall Street. Build Black Wall Street. Don't talk about black. Look at the ancestors. Look at the ancestors in back of me. Look at the ancestors in back of me, family. Stop playing games. Stop playing games with King Kong consciousness.
That's all he can
We
say.
rolling around here. We rolling. I got Garvey, Douglas, Dessalines, and Turner. Y'all don't want war with me. I got Garvey,
War?
Douglas, Dessalines, and Turner. Y'all don't want war with the Prince.
What are he talking about?
That's right. I stand with my Haitian people. My Congolese, my Eritrean, my Ethiopian, my Jamaican, my Cuban, my Afro-Rican, my Afro-Dominican, Bahamas, Bermuda, St. Croix, St. Kitts, Grenada, Guadeloupe, Turks and Caicos. I'm in the building. I stand with my South American Africans, Brazil, Guyana, where you at? I stand with my Central American Africans, Costa Rica, Panama, Belize, where you at? We in the building. It's Pan-Africanism or perish.
Yeah.
It's unify or die.
All of those characters got really short legs for some reason. They're like hobbits.
Freedom for all Africans or freedom for no Africans. Freedom for all Africans or freedom for no Africans, brothers and sisters. That's how we roll. You can text me, 215-989-9858. Barack Obama came to Philadelphia.
It's amazing how people would just be randomly walking back and forth. And Umar, Umar, he fits right in, don't he?
And took a shot at the Prince without using my name.
Huh?
Barack Obama came to Philadelphia and took a shot at all black men in Philadelphia.
Well, no, you just said they took a shot at you specifically, Umar. See, here we go with the narcissism. Here we go. He think everything is about him. He hates Barack Obama. I got videos from Wayland. He's been talking so much shit about Barack Obama. over and over and over again, especially when Barack Obama was president. But it's because Umar was jealous. Umar always claimed everybody else is jealous of him. No, ain't nobody jealous of you living in your mama closet. Umar was jealous. And he still is. He just don't mention it as much. But back in the day, he used to talk so much shit about Barack Obama. It's crazy.
Barack Obama, how you gonna pull up on my city and don't call me out for a debate? President Barack Obama, this is from one Leo to another Leo. President Barack Obama, this is from one Leo to another Leo. How you gonna pull up in Philly and throw black men under the bus for Kamala Harris and don't give me a chance to respond? Barack Obama, how you gonna pull up in Philadelphia? Throw my black brothers under the bus for Kamala Harris and don't give me a chance to respond. That's not fair, President Obama. I'm requesting a debate with former President Barack Obama. I said I'm requesting a debate with former President Barack Obama. I'm requesting a debate with former President Barack Obama. Is the Democratic Party the friend of the American African people? Somebody get Barack on the phone. Somebody get Barack on the phone. Somebody get
Umar really, this guy, the narcissism is crazy. He's standing in front of a cartoonish mural with these short-legged characters, and he talking about Barack Obama. He wants to debate Barack Obama. This crazy.
Barack Obama, it's time for a debate. D.L. Hughley chickened out. D.L. Hughley chickened out. D.L. Hughley chickened out. Somebody get Barack Obama on the phone. I want to debate with the former president. How you doing, sweetheart? I see you, sweet butter almond. Sweet butter pecan. I see you.
Here we go. Southern speech says, Obama was on black men's trying to whip you and tell you to vote. Listen, can't nobody tell me who to vote for. They can't. It just don't work like that for me. Okay. Now people can. Now if he was trying to shame black people, black men, okay, that's wrong. But everybody do that, including Umar. The point I'm making is Southern Beach Charm is that Umar, the idea that Umar, at least in his own mind, that he's so important that Barack Obama should debate him on whatever issue is ridiculous. Okay. Now Barack Obama doing that, it's ridiculous. Okay, I get it. But Umar, him turning that into an opportunity for him to debate Barack Obama, that's more ridiculous in my opinion. Okay. Let's go.
Barack on the phone. Get Barack on the phone. Somebody hit Michelle text message. Somebody hit the Democrat. I want to debate with Obama. Leo versus
Edward?
Leo.
Leo
D.L. Hughley couldn't handle it. D.L.
we go.
Hughley ran out the back door. Barack Obama, will you accept the debate? Is the Democratic Party the party of the American African people? Is the Democratic Party the party of the American African people? Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. This is from earlier.
The first time since we...
This is from earlier because I was showing the video of
New York
Umar.
City.
He was claiming that, hold on one second, that he had blueprints. These are the blueprints right here. And he was saying that it was 20 grand. Your kids will see this. And for them to come in a plastic as opposed to not protective tubing. Yeah, I know it's ridiculous. Look, I'll pause it. Okay, this is what Umar, he's saying that these are the blueprints that he purchased for $20,000. And he's walking around in the middle of the hood with these $20,000 blueprints inside of a plastic bag. You can't make this up. I mean, it's so ridiculous, as opposed to protective tubing, right? But even still, blueprints can be found digitally. Okay, but Umar turns this into a whole big thing. Mind you, your kids will see this. Umar never actually showed the blueprints. He never actually took them. And what I mean by that, he's passing these off as if they're blueprints. But what I'm talking about more specifically is he's never actually took them, set them out on the table, and then live streamed and showed the blueprints. The question is why? Just like he never showed how much he purchased these abandoned buildings, if in fact he purchased them. He never showed how much he purchased them for. And if we go, because all that is part of the accountability and transparency, Umar never shows anything. So if you guys even think about it, even the taxes that were due, they're paid now, but the taxes that were due on those abandoned buildings, the property taxes, Umar didn't mention that until we started talking about it. See? He didn't mention it because there was no transparency. See? That's what I'm saying with Umar Johnson. There's so many other things too, the different bills that had accrued and all this stuff. But the point is, I'm sure that there's other things, plenty of other things that have happened behind the scenes associated with these trap bandos and financial issues as well that Umar has not talked about. But I guarantee you that if we found out about it and we start talking about it, he would start mentioning it. He'd start trying to cover things up, or he'd start getting things corrected. That's what Umar Johnson does. See, he's been doing this for such a long time. Someone said it earlier. He lies so much. He's been lying for such a long time. You're absolutely right. Even before he purchased these abandoned buildings, he was lying. Even before the St. Paul's College situation, he was lying. In fact, I want to show you all this, and just to give you guys an example, this is before he started collecting money for St. Paul's College, and he started mentioning the St. Paul's College. Let me share this with you all real quick. We're almost done. I know I've shown this more recently, and it's in the actual, for members, I have the video. It's a 40-something minute video where I'm talking about the FDMG timeline, and actually bring this particular image up. This is the compound. And thanks, your kids will see this for the super chat. I appreciate it. This is the compound that Umar had conceptualized, and this was supposed to be FDMG. Hold on one second. And I'll just do this real quick. This is supposed to be 500 acres, and this whole thing that surrounds it in the shape of Africa, this is what he called the FDMG River. So there's going to be a man-made river that encompasses this 500. He's such a liar. I mean, this goes to show you the delusion. And he had no money, none. A river that encompasses a 500 acre compound. And if you guys look down here, this is the interest. There's only one way in and one way out. Okay, and the children were supposed to be housed in these buildings. These are massive structures too. There's also a visitor area as well. So I'm assuming that some of these rooms will be used for visitors. This is the parking. This is the more parking right here. Campus security. Here's an elementary school. This is just one school. Look how massive this is. This is the middle school area. It's all connected to. That's one structure. A marine science building. Here's a science and tech, engineering and architecture. This is the hospital. This right here is a hospital. There's also agriculture. There's also a zoo over here. So when Umar talks about the FDMG's zoo or farm, here's a farmland right here. Animal study building. Farmer equipment is in this building. I don't know exactly what this is. This may be like some tennis courts or soccer field or something like that. There's a store in the middle. This is a track and field complex right here. Culinary arts building, business center, and the union. This is the special arts. I think that's what. This is a baseball diamond. Look how massive this would be. If this is a baseball field right here, how massive is this? This is event parking. This is the political building, the aviation building, NASA, military building. This is an aircraft bay. There's two of them. There's an aircraft ATC. It's a air traffic control tower. You know, it's real huge towers. And then this is it's like a landing strip for airplanes. And I would assume helicopters too. This is easily a $1 billion project. He had no money at this time, but it just goes to show you with Umar, the part of the narcissism too is the delusions of grandeur and thinking you're going to do all of these great things, but in truth, there's nothing that's ever done. And now here we are. This is from 2014, before he even started talking about the St. Paul's College. Yeah, no, wait a minute. 2003 to 326 January, February. Yeah, this is before. January, February, March. Yep, this is before. The point is that he conceptualized that back in 2014, and here we are in 10 years later, over 10 years later, and he's just trying to get the sidewalk power wash in front of these abandoned buildings, and he's getting it done for free. Boy, Umar. Okay, let's start winding this down. Here we go.
Bunny hopper, but he's still. Thank you for being disrespectful. Debate. DL Hughley chicken. On the anniversary of the Million Man March, I will be the party of the American African people.
Here we go.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We getting there, family. We getting there, family. DMV, we got 48 hours.
I don't think so.
Howard University students copping
it should
state.
be up on his Instagram page, but it's from 2 weeks ago. I haven't live streaming sometime.
University, Bowie State, Morgan State. I left out my Morgan State. Morgan State, Africans, Coppin State, Howard, Bowie State, Dell State, University of Maryland, Eastern Shore. I will see you at the Arlington Draft House Comedy Club in Arlington, Virginia. Wednesday, October 16th, anniversary of the Million Man March. On the anniversary of the Million Man March, I will be invading the DMV. On the anniversary of the Million Man March, I will be invading the DMV. On the anniversary of the John Brown raid. On the anniversary of the John Brown raid, I will be invading the DMV. Oh, yes. I'm hungry. I'm very hungry. My Delaware Queens, where the dinner at? I should be getting hand-delivered dinner. I should be getting hand-delivered dinner every day. Delaware Queens. Are you going to take care of me, or do I got to call on my Jersey Queens next door?
See that? He needs you black women to take care of him. We talked about this recently. He's like a child. He needs you to take care because he can't take care of himself.
Delaware Queens, you going to take care of me, or do I got to call on my Maryland Queens next door? Delaware Queens, are you going to take care of me, or do I got to call on my Chester, Pennsylvania Queens? Oh, my Brookhaven, Pennsylvania Queens. Where my Chester, Pennsylvania Queens at? Hand delivered then. I'm the hardest working man in black consciousness. Can I get a little butter pecan?
Notice, here we go, but notice he's not doing any work.
Love. Can I get a little butter almond love? Can I get a warm walnut love? Can I get some sweet brown cinnamon love? Can I get some chocolate fudge love?
What in the world?
I think that's the prison bell. When somebody tries to escape from the prison, I think that sounds off.
Did you guys know that these abandoned buildings are literally less than 1 mile away from a level 5 maximum security prison? Why would you purchase abandoned buildings in the hood that is crime infested, drug infested, homeless people all over the place? No disrespect, I'm just stating the facts. It's a weed and seed community. Shout out to Napa Yankee. Why would you purchase these trap bundles for $400,000 of other people's money in the middle of the hood? And there's not just a supermax prison less than a mile away. There's another prison facility. It's not a supermax, but there's another prison facility that is about 1.2 miles away. And from what I'm also, and I already researched that, but I've also been told, I just haven't looked into it. There's another prison not too far away from there too. It's more than 2 miles. But the point is, why would you purchase in 2019 these trap bandos in Wilmington, Delaware, which was classified or called at that time Murder Capital USA? In fact, in the year of 2018, the city of Wilmington was ranked sixth or seventh. I'm going to go with seventh in the nation for violent crime per capita. And there's literally less than a mile away from these abandoned buildings, there's a level 5 maximum security prison. And some of y'all black people out there, you have it in your mind that when he opens up this quote unquote school, that you're going to send your child there. Where Umar, he's walked out there and he's picked up condoms here, he's picked up trash here. There was a drug syringe that was over there too. Homeless people sleeping on the steps. It's hood up over there. Pookies all over the place. You're going to sit, and not only are you going to send your child there, or your son, presumably, you're going to send your son there, but you're also going to pay $500 a month to do it. See how ridiculous this all is? But y'all going to keep sending him that money. Go on ahead. He'll keep sniffing and blinking. Ain't going to be no school anyway. But you keep sending that money so he can keep sniffing and blinking. This is, I mean, literally, this is crazy. You don't get more crazier than this. Look at him. Look at this guy. He done aged so bad too, but that's what happened. You live in that hard knock life and turn the heat down all like that.
It's the Pennsylvania Queens Act. Hand delivered then. I'm the hardest working man in black consciousness. Can I get a little butter pecan love? Can I get a little butter almond love? Can I get a warm walnut love? Can I get some sweet brown cinnamon love? Can I get some chocolate fudge love? I think that's the prison bell. When somebody tries to escape from the prison, I think that sounds off. Yeah.
What? This is nuts.
Shout out to the Pressure Wash team. I better call my brother up. I better call him up. He do the cars, he details, whatever you need. Any type of cleaning, they do that. They do that. Let me see.
What in the
I'm
world?
gonna post this information on my Instagram, Twitter, right here. Let me give you his number. This is the brother who pulled up to the school and power wash us for free. If you live in Delaware, Jersey, Maryland, and PA, and you need your car clean,
the prison escape bail was very impressive.
garage clean, you need some work done on your house, you can call 856-323-3324. That's the power wash. 856-323-3324. That's the brother who showed up today, free of charge, and power washed the Marcus Garvey School. That's what I'm talking about. After we got ripped off by all these fake-ass black contractors, we had a brother show up and do some work for free. We had a brother show up and do some work for free. Pope Lauren, put some clothes on, Pope Lauren. I see too much chicken thigh. I see a chicken wing, Pope Lauren. Put your clothes on, baby. Cover that butter almond up. Save that for the honeymoon. What do I want for dinner? Mary Sweets. What do I want for dinner? My smooth butter almond queen. What do I want for dinner? Whatever you making, sister. You can make a pot of spaghetti for all I care. I love me some beans and rice, unless you're going to do that beef ribs or some lamb chops or a vegan lasagna. You know I like the greens with the turkey juice, some deviled eggs, some black eyed peas, some sweet potato pie. And what's for dessert? That's what I want to know.
Here you go.
What's for dessert, my queen?
Here you go.
What's for dessert? Stella OG, Lovely 4. What's for dessert? What is for dessert?
Here you go.
Let's go to the Cheesecake Factory. Let's do it. Cheesecake Factory at the, what's the name of the mall here in Delaware? What's the name of the mall here in Delaware? What's the name of the mall here in Delaware, family?
Umar, get it together. He's tweaking.
Let me text Suki Hana. Suki Hana. Suki, what's the name of that mall? Suki, what's the name of that mall?
What's going on?
A pack of wood. You had a pack of wood in your mouth. I'm gonna block you for being disrespectful.
What are they talking about? What is it? What is
Christiana Mall. The Cheesecake Factory at the Christiana Mall. I'm taking Pope Lauren, Sweets and Triple X. I don't know, Sweets and Triple X. You ain't selling Cinnabons, are you? What's that Sweets and Triple X? Or you just mean you triple size? You're a four-figure queen. You ain't selling Cinnabons, are you?
Here we go.
Please tell me you ain't selling Sugar Box. Please tell me you ain't selling Sugar Box. The black woman's body is too valuable. There's no price you can put on my sister's Cinnabons. There's no price you can put on my sister's lamb chops. There's no price you can put on the black woman. Don't you be selling your Sugar Box. Don't you be selling them Cinnabons. No, no, no. You keep them honey buns to yourself, sister, till you find you the right black king. You keep them honey buns to yourself.
Yeah. They said, listen, Umar, he's collect $2.6, $2.7 million easy at this point. Easy. Over the last decade. Easy.
I'm overdue for a return to New York City. I am overdue for a return to New York City. I am. What's for dessert? Y'all ain't told me. I need them lamb chops. I need them lamb chops. Shout out to Chef Barbie. She do some mean lamb chops. Shout out to Chef Barbie. Rest in peace to her uncle. Chef Barbie lost her uncle. We wish her and the family nothing but the best of condolences as they go through this trying period in their life.
Yeah,
and we wish nothing but the best of grace and divine protection on the spirit and soul of her departed uncle, ancestor. Shout out to Chef Barbie.
That was crazy.
New Jersey. Where you want me to come to in New Jersey?
Yeah, I know.
Willingboro, right? Camden, Salem.
Is it called 1500?
I just did Newark twice.
Yeah, I'm not into phones like that. I'll have a new one. I just got to activate it, but I got too many kids be spending no money on a $1,500 phone. It ain't gonna happen. I'll give me a $200 at the max. I ain't going no higher than that.
What am I doing in a neighborhood like this? I'm in the black community, brother. I don't care what it look like. It's all about what we're gonna make it into.
You in the hood.
I don't care what it look like. It's all about what we're gonna make it into.
It looks like a trap bando then. It looked 5 years and 8 months ago. It looked like it today. What are you talking about, Umar? What's up, lady? Thanks for tuning on in. Thanks for Zoom chat. I'll use a flip phone if I have to.
Oh man, this school look beautiful, y'all. Look at that.
What?
FDMG look beautiful.
This guy's delusional.
Wow. Look at that sidewalk. Look at them steps, brothers and sisters.
He talking about the sidewalk look beautiful. That's the school. Umar, you tripping. You need to cut that bush over there.
Look at that sidewalk. Look at them steps, brothers and sisters.
Umar funny. Did you see all that filth right there? Let me stop being petty. Let's go.
Oh man.
He's snorting.
Grand opening going to be crazy. Now when we have the grand opening, I'm only going to be able to give everybody 5-10 minutes because there's going to be so many people needing to meet me, so y'all can't occupy all my time. Okay, ladies?
What?
When you come into my office, if you don't leave in 5 minutes, you will get paddled by the principal.
What the? Real quick before we finish up, because we're almost done with this video. I still got the keys one. I have the video. What I may do is save that for tomorrow and just get the timestamp so that I can play it as opposed to skip through it, because it may take a while. Someone requested earlier. I'm gonna give it to you, get it with you, but I have it right here, but it's gonna take a while to find the timestamp. We need to finish this up. I'm getting exhausted with this shit. Umar, why do you do this? Why? Why can't you? Why couldn't you back in 2010? Why couldn't you just say, listen, I don't want anyone to take this the wrong way. Is it possible? Is it possible that Umar Johnson's supporters are delusional? That they see a totally different reality than what is in fact real. one only needs to look at what Umar Johnson says, the type of shit that come out this guy's mouth. Does that even register to the Umar Johnson followers? Or do they just, I don't see how you could not see it or not hear it. Behaviors, the conscious stripper, the lying all the time, begging for money and not paying people anything to do work that he says he's collecting the money to pay them for. Talking about cookies and crushing cookies and defending all of these abusers, these men who abuse women. He defends them every single time. R. Kelly, P. Diddy, Bill Cosby, list goes on and on. Do they not see that? Or do they see some other totally separate reality where it just doesn't register what that all means? What it all means is more important than this idea of him opening up a school. He's not opening up no school. He's more busy talking. Every time he says he's working, he ain't working. He's talking about sex. He's talking about crushing cookies. He's talking about paddling the women that come. Okay, we got to finish this up. Here we go. Look at it. Look at him. Look at this guy.
Don't get paddled in the principal's office, my beautiful African queens. You get
This is
5
nuts.
minutes to communicate, and you have to move on. 5 minutes. That's it. If you don't move in 5 minutes, I'm gonna get out my red, black, and green paddle, and you're gonna get paddled. Okay? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What is Ray and Babby talk? You want to be paddled? How you doing, beautiful?
Oh my God. He's so smoked out, it's sad. Yeah, no, Kevin, I get that. They need to follow and be led. They need to follow and be led. That's what's wrong. No, I get that too, Kevin. But what I'm saying is that even for those who need to be led and they want to have someone to follow, wouldn't at some point it registers in their mind that this is not what I thought. He's not who I thought he was. That's really what I'm getting at. Or are they just so delusional that they just don't see it? See, what rational thinking man or woman, for that matter, who has children would think, I'm going to send my child to Umar Johnson so that they could be in his care at these abandoned buildings in the hood, when he's up here talking like this? See, that's what I don't get, because you would think that at some point they would realize what it is. That's what I'm getting at. You would think, I would have to think that, because there's all kind of stuff, that we've been through in life where we thought something was one way, but then the truth is revealed. We say, oh, wait a minute. I remember when I was 25, I was in a relationship with a 35-year-old woman, and she said that she was divorced and she was married before she was divorced. I was like, all right, we're cool. It's cool. And she was a good person, come to find out she was still married, and she would be talking on the phone with her husband. They weren't in a relationship anymore. But that to me was like, okay, wait a minute, something's not right here, and you wake up, even if you don't want to, you have to see the truth for what it is. Then you got to make a decision, right? And I stayed as long. I never got over that, but I stayed even longer. But at some point, I remember I had there was a dance concert, and I was in the orchestra pit playing music for this production. It was a big major production in Los Angeles. And Kevin McHale, who was a rest in peace, he was a dance instructor at UC Irvine. So I met him when I was there. But when they did this whole big production, they had rehearsals at UC Irvine, but then they had the actual performance and dress rehearsals was at UCLA. And I remember I was out there. And so I wasn't able to be around my girlfriend at that time. And when I got back into San Diego, it was after about a week and a half or so, I got back into San Diego. A mutual friend of ours, meaning my ex-girlfriend and mine, a mutual friend, he called me. He's an older dude. He was just looking out for a young brother. He was like, hey, listen, man, I hate to be the one to tell you this, but I was at the mall the other day, and I happened to see this woman. I was going to say young lady because I'm older now. And she was at the mall with her ex-boyfriend. I said, oh, really? He said, yeah, listen, I'm just telling you this because I'm just looking out. This is an older brother. You know, he's just looking out for, because I was 25 years old. I was 23. He's just looking out for him. No malicious intent whatsoever. He said, I just want to let you. I said, okay, thank you for letting me know. You know, so I ended up confronting her on that, and she didn't want to talk about it. And the thing is that at a certain point, even though I believed in her, I believed in the relationship, at a certain point, enough of the signs were there for me to recognize that this was not the relationship that I was supposed to be in. Because the levels of deception that I saw, that was totally unnecessary. It was too much for me at the age of 23. Now, maybe if I was older and more mature, I probably could have managed that. But at the age of 23 and she's 33, I was like, no. So I ended that relationship. I would, and I think that was the rational thing to do. You know, I think it was the right thing to do. No disrespect to her either. She was a nice person, you know, just not trustworthy. And that happens. But see, when the truth is revealed, shouldn't we make the appropriate decision? Just like with you Umar Johnson followers, the truth has already been revealed. Listen, CashApp, we've been at this for years now. There's nothing really new. The saga continues, so we can talk about that. But in essence, the nature of this long con, there's nothing new to this. And the nature of Umar's character, there's nothing new to this. And I would think that just like when I was at the age of 23, I had enough wisdom and enough sense to be able to not be delusional about that relationship. I said, well, hey, no, I got to cut ties with this. This ain't it. I would like to think that Umar Johnson, this is what I'm getting at, Kevin. I would like to think that Umar Johnson's followers would, at least by now, be able to recognize the nature of this relationship and see Umar for who he is, and to recognize that he's not the one. This makes sense? I don't mean to be disrespectful to you Umar Johnson followers. Maybe it takes time for some people, but there's something called truth and there's something called delusion. And once the truth is presented to you, if you still hold on to the falsehood, then that becomes a delusion. And you see the falsehood as truth, then that becomes a delusion. And that's what I don't understand. Because anytime the truth is revealed, we have to acknowledge it and then make the appropriate decision. Okay? All right. Let's finish this up. There's only a couple of minutes left. I want to thank everyone again for tuning on in. Everyone started Cooker. So thanks to the mods for handling business as well. Thanks to everyone who sent in super chats. Okay, I really appreciate it. Real quick, Sigma says an escape attempt every hour on the hour. That's how the kids would know to go to the next class. I mean, Sigma, if you really think about it, it's nuts. And he expects people to pay $500 a month for this. What? It's crazy. It don't even make sense. Who's going to send their, listen, there's no way. Who's going to send their, you're going to pay $500 to send your child to a drug-infested, crime-infested hood neighborhood where there's a level 5 maximum security prison less than a mile away, and there's a horn that sounds when the Umar said. I got to have that. Someone got to remind me as I'm working through this documentary to have that in there. Why on earth would anyone think that it's just crazy? But it's like I said, though, at the age of 23, I could have stayed. And I think I stayed too long anyway, because after the first situation, there was another situation where it was late at night. It was like maybe 1 a.m. and we sleeping in the bed. I was at her apartment, we were sleeping in the bed. And there's a knock at the door, and I get up because that's how I am. I'm just, the manly, even though it wasn't my apartment, I get up because I go answer the door. It's a safety thing. And there's this dude standing there. He's like, "Is such and such here?" And I was like, "Who are you?" And he's like, "Such and such, is such and such here?" And he was drunk too. I could tell. He could smell it. He was slurring his words. I said, "Hold on a second." I closed the door. I went. I said, "There's a guy out here that he wants to." So we walked back to the door, and she started talking to him. And then she says, "Oh, go back into the room." I said, "What?" See, there were plenty of signs, But I think that for some reason, then you got to make the right. And I stayed too long. But see, maybe that's what's going on with these Umar Johnson files. I mean, you can hear a horn from a prison down the street when the escapees trying to get up out of there, and it's still not enough for these Umar Johnson files to recognize that the school scam. It makes no sense. It's nuts. let me say one last thing, then we're gonna finish up the video. Sigmund, I've always said this, and I'm gonna stand by this, that you, Umar Johnson, followers, and I'm not here to disrespect and demean you, because Umar does that to you guys all the time, and it's wrong. But I want to tell y'all something, and I've said it before, and I'm gonna stand on this, that it's okay if you like Umar as, let's say, this orator or this speaker, or you like his messages sometimes. You may not agree with everything that he says, but there's things that he says that resonates with you, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But the thing is that when it comes to this school scam, even the conceptualization of it is wrong, because he's not the person. He shouldn't be around children in the first place. But even at this point in 2024, going into 2025, the state of this whole situation, when we talk about FDMG, it's at a point where there's no good reason why you should even want to hold on to this idea or concept of Umar opening up a school and then be supportive of it. Just character alone, it just doesn't make any sense. Umar, in terms of his character, then you can look at in terms of the financial aspect of this, it makes no sense. He's collected millions of dollars. He tricked out the vast majority of it. Now he's looking like a pookie. You guys know why? Because he turns the heat down, as he says. Why are we still supporting that? Okay, so what I'm getting at is that whether it is that we look at the fact that the location of these trap bandos is suspect, the financial aspect of these trap bandos is suspect, Umar's character is suspect, whatever you want to look at, there's plenty of other things. You, Umar Johnson followers, if you still want to follow his rhetoric, I get it. But when it comes to this FDMG thing, understand that it's nothing more than a long con. And that's it. I mean, can you imagine these kids that if on a Monday they're just getting there, and then that horn goes off, and then you see some criminal running down the streets, and he happens to run up into the building, God forbid. No, someone can say, well, there's other schools that are close to prisons too. Yeah, I get that. I understand that. But why take other people's money in February of 2014, and out of all places, you're going to purchase these trap bandos there? It's nuts. Thanks, Sigmund, for the super chat. I appreciate it. And then your kids will see this. Says, first he wanted to paddle boys, now the women. Yeah. See? There's a term for this too. Sadomasochist. You guys listen to Umar, just talk, even back in the day, he would say things. You're like, wait a minute, that sounds like trying to torture somebody. What are you talking about? That's part of his something going on up here with that. See? I remember one time he said we're gonna have a room in the back. It's like a dungeon where we're gonna call it a black room, and when your boy act up, we're gonna take him to the back and pound their damn chest in. What are you talking about? That's child abuse. See? I remember one time, and he said it twice to the women that called in. They said, "Yeah, I got my son diagnosed or whatever it was for ADHD or whatever it was." And he says, "Well, can I rip your fingernails off?" I said, "What in the world?" You should have seen the woman's expression. She was like, "Huh?" She was so shocked. See, Umar is a problem. He really is. People have some of us understand, but I know Umar is a problem on so many different levels. For him to even be talking like this, okay. Thanks, your kids will see this. Let's finish this up. There's only a couple of minutes here. Thank you all again for tuning on in. Here we go. Yeah, what's up, Atomic Reflection? That's a good point right there. No, lady, she didn't make me leave cash on her. What in the world? I remember one time, real quick, then we gonna finish. I remember one time I was sleeping in bed, and she got up extra early, and then she woke me up and was like, come on, I want you to meet my friends. I was like, huh? And I think all I had on was some shorts. I was 23, so I had on some shorts, and I walk out into the living room. It was a small apartment too, but I walk into the living room, and there's like 3 or 4 older women sitting on the couch. It was their co-workers. And they were just looking and smiling and shit. I was like, this is some weird. What in the world is going on here? She's like, yeah, this is my boyfriend, Lenon, and blah, 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 and blah, blah. They were like, oh, hi. That was a red flag right there. But you know, I was young. I was young and dumb. That was wild. She was showing me off like I was anyway. That was crazy. Lenon, did you mean Donald McHale? Yeah. He actually choreographed for a company I was in long ago. Great. Yeah. Did I say? I thought did I say? I thought I said. I don't know what I said. What did I say? Yeah, but Donald McHale, he was at UC Irvine. He was real cool too. When I came into a freshman, he gave me opportunities to perform for different dance performers, and I met dancers too that was there. That when they would have like live bands performing, I would collaborate with them, and he was the one that introduced me to that. He was something else. He's special. Just a special person, a really special person. He was there for the years that I was there, and then I can't remember when he passed though, but it was years later. But anyway, incredible choreographer, very inspirational. He inspired a lot of people, and he helped a lot of people too. Yeah, his name is Donald McHale. Okay, thanks for the super chat. Okay, here we go.
If you are a bunny hopper, just go ahead and jump over the fence. Stay on that side. We don't need you. That snow bunny that snatched.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. At 23 and 33, that's a huge gap. Now, if she was, let's say, if I was 40 and she was 50, that wouldn't be as big of a difference, I think. But 23, I was just a little. I mean, it was anyway.
Your melanin, and then she snatched your bank account. You Negroes lost twice. That snow bunny snatched your melanin, and then she snatched your bank account. You done lost twice, my ninja. She snatched.
No, Pierre. There weren't freak offs back then. Back then there weren't freak offs. Okay. Oh man, that's wild. What was it? That was probably I want to say in 19. No, that was in like I don't know 2000 maybe 2001, 2002. I don't know. Anyway, no, it could have been 2002 because I met my wife when I was 25. And we've been together now for 22 or 23 years. Anyway, no, that wasn't gonna be no freak off going on. Oh my God, you're crazy. You guys are crazy. Oh wow. Yeah, crazy. All right, let's see how I was dating her again. All right. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's finish up. Yo, wow. What's up, D-That's all? Boy, this show was a doozy. Make sure you check it out in the archive. Here we go.
Your melanin, and then she snatched your bank account. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Once we have a date for the grand opening, you will know. We got to get our certificate of occupancy first. We got to get our certificate of occupancy.
Man, he's so smoked out. You can tell by his eyes when he's looking over. Man.
She snatched your melanin, and then she snatched your money. You done lost twice. Now they coming at Kanye West. Now you got a snow bunny trying to entrap my brother Kanye. Yes, Kanye is a bunny hopper, but he's still my brother. Yes, Kanye West is a bunny hopper, but he's still my brother. Yes, Kanye West is a bunny hopper, but he's still my brother. Now, for those of y'all who know how to think deeply,
here you go.
What do Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, Sean Combs, and Kanye West have in common besides being accused of sex offenses? What do Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, Kanye West, and Sean Combs all have in common besides being accused of sex offenses? What do Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, Sean Combs, and Kanye West have in common besides being accused of sex offenses? They're all billionaires. They're all billionaires. They are taking down all black male billionaires. There is an all-right frontal assault on black men with wealth. Let me say it again. There is a direct front.
See, this is the thing, real quick, and we're gonna finish. Black people, I shouldn't even say it that way. We have to stop using this. They're trying to tear a black man down conspiracy theory shit. We have to stop that. See, what about Harvey Weinstein? Was that tearing another black man down? What about Jeffrey Epstein? Was that tearing another black man down? More recently, there's this one white guy that was he was a CEO of I don't know what it was, clothing or some high-end clothing or whatever it was. And him and his boyfriend, they have been doing P. Diddy type freak off shit for a long time. Now they're getting hemmed up by the FBI. Y'all know what I'm talking about? It's a white dude. So that's not, is that tearing another black man down? Abusers are abusers. Abusers, what they do is abuse. And it's fascinating that Umar, he only defends black men who are abusers. All other black men, he criticizes them over and over and over. But as soon as they get hemmed up on these types of charges, Umar, he's the first person to their defense. And then he says this shit like, you know, they're billionaires and they're trying to tear a black man down. Well, what about these white billionaires out there that's getting hemmed up right now? I understand that the Me Too movement was mainly focused on these white men that was out there acting crazy. So now that someone like P. Diddy is finally getting his wake-up call and has to deal with all of the shit that he's been doing for over 2 decades, now it's trying to tear a black man down? No, I don't want to hear it. Yeah, Abercrombie and Fitch. I don't even know I can't remember the guy's name. I never even heard of the guy. But it's a white dude. He had a boyfriend. They've been running this trafficking and all of this sexual debauchery, freak off type of stuff. And now he's getting hemmed up right now with the FBI. Well, Umar, is that trying to tear another black man down? Anyway, let's finish this up. Here we go.
Frontal assault on black men with wealth. And not only black men with wealth, but black men who stand.
Yeah, what's up, Eastbeat? What about Sandusky, Umar? Was that tearing another black man down? What about the guy with the Olympics? I can't remember, Nazir, whatever his name was. Is that trying to tear another black man down? Okay, let's go.
Stand up to the white power structure. Black men who stand up to the white. Bill Cosby tried to buy a major network.
That was way before he got hemmed up on this stuff. The same thing, they're standing up for black people. What are you talking about, Umar? Bill Cosby used to criticize, especially poor black people, all the time. You guys remember that? That's one thing I didn't like it back then. I thought it was just ridiculous, and he would say all kind of crazy shit about poor black people and the black people, basically the black people in the hood and all this kind of stuff. He did all the time. So I want to hear all that. Anyway.
It's called standing up to the white power structure.
Yeah, Larry Nasir. Yeah, what about
Sean Puffy Combs
what's up,
sued?
Yeah, what's up, We the Real? Mike, here's another example. What about Bernie Madoff? Was that tearing another black man down?
Diageo, and he started a black political party. R. Kelly refused to sell his masters. Kanye West took on the untouchables and lived to tell about it. Kanye West took on the untouchables and lived to tell about it.
My earbud went out. Let me see if it'll start back up. I apologize.
Black men who stand up to the white. Bill Cosby tried to buy a major network. That's called standing up to the white power structure. Sean Puffy Combs sued Diageo, and he started a black political party. R. Kelly refused to sell his masters. Kanye West took on the untouchables and lived to tell about it. Kanye West took on the untouchables and lived to tell about it. Kobe Bryant was also accused of sex assault. And he was unalived because he tried to start his own professional basketball league headquartered in China. He also started his own player-led sneaker brand, Kobe Bryant. Look at what they doing to black male billionaires who don't bow down to the power structure. Look at what they do to the black male billionaires
James sent me a message. I can't even hear this because my earbuds went out. This live stream was way too long. Man, good, it's 4 hours. Good, I just had no idea. Hold on one second. Let me just look something up real quick. What in the world is this? Boy, Umar. This guy is such a, he's just weird. I'm not listening to the audio. I'm just listening. Okay, let's do this. Because I can't, my earbud, and I'm trying to put the other one in, but it's not connecting. And I could probably go through the settings and connect it, but I'm not going to do all that. Let's just do this to close out. What we'll do is tomorrow we'll finish up with this video. There's only about maybe 2 minutes left on it, and then we'll do the video that in the timeline after this one. But I just want to show y'all what Umar just posted. This was what 26 minutes ago. He's probably watching this live stream right now. He's probably getting agitated. This is way of dealing with the pressure. Let me just show this, and then we'll wind this down. So this was literally 27 minutes ago. I don't know what is going on with this guy. I can't call it, you guys. I can't tell y'all. Do a screen share. All right, let me show this, then we'll close out this live stream. This is what he posted. He posted. The Snow Bunny Hopper Boogeyman will be out for Halloween. Don't let me catch you slipping with a bunny. By the way, Umar was impacted by these types of movies too, because he spoke about, I can't remember what the context was, but he talked about Freddy Krueger and Jason. He took it down. Oh, maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. But this is weird too. Yeah. Well, James G, what was it exactly? Can you just type in what he actually had up there before he took it down? What in the world? He's such a weirdo. Yeah. So James said that he must have took, there's something else that was up there, but he took it down. Yeah, I'm looking on it now. I don't see anything else. That was the most recent thing. Yeah, I know, right? Okay. Let me go ahead and so what we'll do tomorrow is we'll finish up with this video. It's only a couple of minutes late. It's just in my ear, but it won't connect for some reason. But we'll do that tomorrow, and then we'll continue with the timeline, the next video with Umar in the timeline. We'll do that tomorrow as well. I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. Also, I'll be sure to pull up it's this video right here.
In this school, so we continue to travel the country.
This is the school announcement video from February 2019, and this is the video where he starts talking about keys. But I'm going to have to scroll through this to find that section, and I'll have it prepared for tomorrow. Somebody requested that today. I'll have it for you all tomorrow. Okay. All right. Well, thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope you all enjoyed the show. Let me just see something real quick. Did James say something? I wonder what it was. Yeah. What was it? Yeah. Type in there, even after shows, we can type it in and let me know what that was. Let me thank everyone. Let me thank all of our members. Thank you so much. I did, again, 2 days ago, I released the next section of the documentary that I'm working on. It's about 40 minutes long. and it deals with the timeline, the FDMG timeline of Umar changing the timeline dates over the many, many years. That's available for members. If you would like to become a member, you're welcome to join. There's a join button listed down below for this video. I'll probably finish up with the documentary sometime till the middle of next year. I'm just sharing the rough drafts, early rough drafts of what I'm working on right now. There's 3 videos so far. If you'd like to become a member, there's a join button listed down below. Also, I want to thank our mods for handling business. Thank you all so much. I appreciate that as always. And thanks to everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. If you have not hit the like button, I want to encourage you to do so. I really appreciate it. And also thanks to everyone who actually took the time to vote on our poll question. And the question was, should we give Umar Johnson credit for having the sidewalk and I guess we can say the steps of FDMG PowerWash after 5 years and 8 months? And the answer for me is no, he shouldn't get any credit for that. And he didn't even pay for it. That should have been done from day one. As a man, he should have handled that from the beginning. It just goes to show you that he has no intention of opening up a school. When he's up there, he's saying he's working. He's not working. He's just hanging out. It's the kicker spot. And here we are now, 19 years after Umar conceptualized FDMG. We're talking 14 years since he made the announcement that the school was going to open in 2013. We're talking 5 years and 8 months since he acquired these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, and not one child has been educated up there. Not one. See, the scam continues, and we'll continue to cover it as we move forward. Let me go ahead and pull up a show outro before we close out here. And thank you so much. Also, EB said, good show with the super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thanks everyone too, again, everyone who sent in super chats during this live stream. If you send in Cash App or PayPal, thank you so much. I appreciate that as well. My Cash App and PayPal information listed down below. We'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. Again, thank you all so much. And as we always do,
we had, yes, donate to the school, $ FDMG school on your Cash App. 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 If you need to mail in your donation, make it payable to the FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634. Yeah. P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. That is Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. We appreciate $1, but we would rather have 10. We appreciate $20, but we would rather have 50. We appreciate $50, but we would rather have 100. We appreciate $100, but we would rather have 200. We're trying to renovate a school, brothers and sisters. We're trying to renovate a school. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not opening up a penny candy shop. We're not selling water ices, okay? We're not selling hot dogs. We're renovating a school. Do you understand? Do you understand? So please, brothers and sisters, give what you can. We're building an institution, okay? We're trying to give our children a chance that we didn't have. That's what we're doing. I don't have to pin it because I done already told you what it is. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Before I continue with my message, thank you, Sister Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you, sister.
All right. Thank you all again for tuning on in inside the Click List. Again, thanks to Speak for the super chat. I appreciate it. What in the world? Let me just tell you all what James just told me. What in the world is going on? Okay, that's not it. He took it down, and I'd asked here, what did he take down? And James said, what did he say? Wait a minute, I thought I saw the. Okay, this is what it was. What in the world? What Umar posted was a plus size white woman getting her backside massaged. What in the world? Was it a video? I wouldn't be surprised though, because he's posted stuff like that in the past. One video he posted it was a woman, a white woman that was kind of big, and she was sitting on a horse and was riding a horse, and the back of her jeans was pulled down to where you could see a little bit of, and it was just jiggling all over the place. He posted that. You guys said it. Other key, I don't know what to say. We gonna go ahead and close this. We're gonna have to close this out right now. My goodness, Umar, what are you doing? All right, here we go. Here's the key.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah. Nah, I got this.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG, it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. Wow. All right. Thank y'all so much again for tuning on in. Hope you enjoyed the show. If you hadn't hit the like button yet, please hit the like button before you head out the building. We'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. I love y'all. Take care. Peace.